All right. Just the news. Just the news. This is the news. More updates, more updates, more updates. Well, Carmelo is already in prison. Carmelo Anthony is incarcerated right now as we speak. This is the quickest incarceration after trial I have ever seen in my life, unless the person was already incarcerated. This is unusual. He is in prison already. Already, haircut already. I have never heard of this in my life. So he is in prison, quick, fast, and in a hurry. We're going to talk about it. We're going to be talking about this a lot. It looks like I will be talking about this later on today. That's great. That's good at Charleston. We're going to talk about it. So come on in, support the channel, like, share, hit the notification bell, support the channel. I got so much I want to say. Now, later on today, probably this evening, because I haven't had much sleep, no, he's not at Ferguson. He is at Wallace Pack Unit, TDCJ. Near Houston. That's where he's at. Carmelo Anthony was transferred to the Wallace Pack Unit near Houston, Texas on Wednesday morning, June 10th, after spending the previous night in the county jail. We're going to talk about it. I wouldn't be a bit surprised. I wouldn't be a bit surprised. And I won't be surprised if he never gets out alive. We're going to talk about it. I'm seeing a lot of things going on. For my subscribers, I know you've been watching me talk about this. And I know some people felt like it looked like I was handling it really lightly. The inmates can't do nothing because they can come and get you, take you to a location, and it's over with. I could be in there. They could say, Ellaton. I go up to the front. They cuff me. They take me to a room. That's the end of it. So now, at boys at age, so I'm going to do another live later on today where I'm going to speak on this part more. And I know people watch me, and this is for my viewers. I'm going to show my viewers something. I know if you watch me, people were probably wondering why I was going down the middle. Let me ask you all a question. If I was the police and I had your brother, would you disrespect me and talk crazy about me? If I was the police and I got your brother under my jurisdiction, locked up under my authority, would you get on the internet and talk crazy about me? Put it in the chat. While I got your brother right here. Put it in the chat. So that way, when you go back and watch me speaking on this, it'll all make sense in how I was being very smart and diplomatic. It'll all make sense. So I've been seeing brothers out here, revolutionaries, the revolutionaries. Us revolutionaries, we're going to take this revolutionaries. And I said to myself, you, sir, you dudes, you are not revolutionaries. I've seen a couple of brothers on there, and we ain't gonna do this and this and that, and they doing that and rah, rah, rah. I'm just looking at this. Now they're free. They're free. See, if you're free, so you could say, yeah, you're gonna say all kind of stuff because you're free. You're gonna say all kind of stuff up here, but when they cuff your ass, you're gonna shut up. It's a fact. So I'm looking at this situation and I'm wondering, why are some of these people talking crazy when a comrade is in their clutches? Mind you, they're not going to bust a grape. I could throw names out here. Our brothers I've been watching barking that stuff, and they ain't never did nothing. Right? And this coming from somebody that was really out in the field with real revolutionaries, second, third generation revolutionaries. Black Panther babies. And one of the things I noticed is when you go to these Black Power type events, there's always somebody there over whooping, are just super aggressive, very challenging towards the system, but don't really look like they ever gonna come in contact with the system. It actually looks like they trying to set everybody up. Because you got the setups and then you got the bootleg. I want to say some brother's name's real bad. I ain't gonna lie, but I'm not gonna do it. But I want to say some content creators real bad. Oh, you talking super duper black. Never do nothing. Never got nothing for the community. Only time you see them is on the internet. And they barking, barking, barking. Oh, family, blah, 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 blah. Not gonna do nothing. I want to say some names real bad. Ain't gonna lie. Some of them is antagonists, but some of them is what we call full of shit. It's a few of them. Rah, 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 rah. And one of them, always talking about situations like this, but ain't never beef with nobody but a rapper. Ain't never busted a grape. And oh boy, the voice. Every time you see him, he's so black. But when he was rapping, he wasn't rapping about none black. He was just a Bama. I ain't gonna say his name. I don't want to put him in nothing he can't handle. And so here this young brother is apprehended. They selling all these wolf tickets, so they expedited it. Oh, y'all tough, huh? Lock him up quick. Now he's in the clutches of the beast. Where every time you say something crazy, they could do something to him. And now they could break the back of all the revolutionary talk because you're only going to be able to say that so much when you're going to have to come to a realization you can't get them out. So they know that your revolutionary talk can only last for about, I'll give you 14 days. 15, I give you 15 days. And then you'll dissipate and go away. It won't be mentioned. And this was total carelessness, total carelessness. They absolutely speeded that up because of this. If you was a real revolutionary, you know, if they grab a comrade, You talk diplomacy. You're trying to make a trade. You're trying to cut a deal for the freedom of the comrade. You're not trying to get the comrade hurt. You're not trying to threaten the comrade's oppressor. You know, if your comrade is captive, you're not going to talk crazy to the captors. I would imagine. You're going to take the bass out your voice and be a little more diplomatic. Now it's Thursday. All them bozos will be gone by next Thursday. Nobody be outside. No more hollering and screaming. The only ones that'll be out with the bullhorns and talking will be the white dudes, antagonizing you. Nanny, nanny, boo, boo, nah, 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 do something. Because that's what's going to happen. It's going to be do something. You got to know when you can do, when there's action and when there's no action. In a revolutionary mind state, in war or anything, you can only win a war when you're realistic. You can't win a war when you're unrealistic. And so if they got you outnumbered and they got you flanked or whatever, and you ignore that, you're going to get wiped out. You got to face the facts. And so we got a situation now where they didn't expedite, and they clearly speeded it up because I'm telling you, the internet barking made them speed it up. One of the keys to when you're battling is to know the opponent, know the other side. Let me ask y'all a question. When a situation like this happens, is it smart to hoop and holler and talk crazy if Donald Trump is the president? Put it in the chat. If Trump is the president and he gets arrested, is it smart to talk crazy with Trump as the president? Put it in the chat. Do y'all see me talking crazy now that he in there? Do I have Trump name all in my mouth? Am I powerful enough to beat the president of the United States? I could beat Trump. I'm trying to figure this out. I can beat somebody that got all the federal agencies at their beck and call, can send people to kick the door down and grab me right out, and then I'm just gone. Oh, well, a revolutionary mind saved me. Like it saved Malcolm. Oops, it didn't. Like it saved Fred Hampton. Oops, it didn't. My bad. So how you a revolutionary? You're not a historian, and you ain't already seen the failures. You ain't already seen what happened. My daddy used to say a hard head leads to a soft behind. So now Shorty, y'all done made him like a martyr, like a, you know what I'm saying? Would you, man, why would y'all do that baby like that? Why would y'all take that little boy and build a cause around that little boy and try to make this like, oh, him against the white dude? I just did a live today. I did everything I could to try to shoot down that vibe like that. I said the both of the relatives should sue, trying to find some type of real revolutionary militant mind state down the middle. I tried to take some of the pressure off the boy. I wasn't gonna get over here. He the one locked up. I wasn't gonna get over here talking crazy. I ain't the one locked up. You talking crazy, but you're not the one in cuffs. You the big bad You're gonna get on here and disrespect white people when white people got him. Seriously. Like seriously. You're gonna get on here and talk crazy about white people, flame the fans instead of putting the fire out. You want to flame the fans, but he the one in the stove. So you want to turn up the heat. But Karmelo the one in the stove. It ain't no whites in the stove. You want to flame the fan while a young white man is unalived by a young black man. Really? Really? While they grieving. Right? I don't really want to talk to nobody slow tonight. I don't want to. I don't want to talk. I don't keep coming over here trolling saying the same thing. Oh, we heard you when you said that the last three videos. Let it go. Obviously, I'm not listening to you. Okay, you don't make no damn sense. I'm not for no second guessing. Okay, he should have magically had some jail, as if he knew it was going to be a disturbance. He didn't have to do it. He could have had some jail. How do you know what he had to think he was even knowing was going to be a problem, bruh? Have jail for what? You got no proof that he even knew it was going to be a problem. Please be quiet. Talking about he should have had some jail as if he knew that this situation was going to happen. You can't believe some of these people. He did not have that weapon for that boy. They didn't even know each other. Not like that. This is the kind of foolishness I'm talking about. And so the young man, he's in prison already. Now, at that age, you can't imagine what they done to him. They dug up in him. They make him bend over and cough. What he's been going through, you couldn't even imagine. at that age. I seen one brother, he like, we're going to protect him, we're going to put him in more danger. I'm just looking. Another brother, he talking about you revolutionary. But you in there putting the boy in danger while you sitting on your laptop. You know what I'm saying? You sit, what I look like on my laptop talking about revolutionary and all this. He in cuffs, he locked up. I'm on my laptop talking, selling wolf tickets. Talking about I'm a revolutionary on the laptop. I have them in my chat all the time. They had the little pictures, they had the little words. They be trying to make me think they super black like that on the internet. I don't even believe in super black on no internet. So if you try you on the internet with the extra black, just know I don't believe you. I don't believe you at all. Because I've been outside and the real so-called blacks I was around, out of 100 in them, few years later, there's only 5 of them left. So y'all with that fake black stuff, let me tell you, that don't be lasting. You don't be in the game for 6 years. You be gone. That's like a temporary image you make up. Listen, y'all that ain't in that. When y'all see these pro-black people on the internet, they bootleg. I'm telling you, they won't be that for 3 years. Ain't none of them gonna make it 7 years. Not a one. They're gonna go right back to their slave name or change. Some of them flip. They ain't fed up with no system. They're gonna get right off of here and they're gonna go right to Burger King and McDonald's. They ain't fed up with nothing. I understand what you're saying. You should have said at this point a lot of people talk like they fed up would be appropriate. I would agree with that. I would agree with that. At this point, a lot of people talk like they fed up because they got an audience. You really believe they really fed up when they get off of here? They're on the internet. You know how phony it is. I was around them being phony in real life. How many of the pro-black people you say, well, it's been years on top of you? You mean decades? Because if you say years, then what you're saying makes sense. But if you say decades, what you're saying is, if it's been decades, what make you think it ain't gonna keep being decades? So when you say years, you can make it sound it's gonna be an end to it. But if you say decades, at that point now you can't prove that it ain't gonna be more decades. Because if it was decades, why wasn't they fed up 2 decades ago? A decade ago? What decade this gonna happen? What's the magical decade? How you fed up when you don't got your lights on and the other man can turn your lights on? How you fed up when you gotta buy gas? How you fed up when you gotta buy everything from them? And without them, you can't even be fed. They feed you. So if they feed you, how you gonna be fed up? You ain't got no food. You ain't got no water. You don't control no transportation, no gas, no electricity, nothing. You don't have anything to be fed up. You stuck. Now, I know that's rough. But I've been dealing with people that think they can get out of a situation that they haven't admitted that they in. And you cannot get out of a fake situation. If foundational Black Americans and Blacks around the world looked at the real situation, they would know they ain't finna come up with no cookie cutter solution. But if you don't want to admit how bad things are, you could say some more cookie cutter and pretend like all of a sudden, okay, give me name three else's. So because they youth, all of a sudden they're gonna grow food. So if they go off in Chicago right now, what they gonna eat? What you gonna eat? What you gonna eat after you go out? What you gonna eat 6 weeks later? What you gonna eat? Is there some magic food somewhere, Lorenzo, or something? Is there some kind of magical electricity, or I might be missing something? Is there something magical that's gonna sustain you that I don't know nothing about? So when you get fed up, then it's gonna just be magical food in your refrigerator, and you're just gonna have a magical electricity. How long have you lived outside? You ever lived outside? Have you ever lived in nature for a year with no electricity? I don't think so. You never lived nothing you saying could happen. As soon as they turn your lights out, you're gonna nut up. You ain't built like that. And there's no food, there's no fruit, you got no trees that grow nothing to eat. There's not even no sunflowers to get no sunflower seed. So there is no food nowhere. So if they don't allow you to go to their stores, you're gonna starve to death. Nah, he ain't living no fancy world. He lying and he just making up stuff. He lying. He don't live in no fancy world. He just talking. He just talking. He not serious. He don't even think about that. He just doing it because I'm talking. As soon as I get off here, I'll never think about that again. It's like it happens to me all the time. People get over here and try to pretend they've been thinking about something. They know goddamn well they ain't been thinking about nothing what I'm talking about. Especially the black man. He got to respond to everything. But only when you bring up the conversation. If you don't bring up the conversation, they not thinking about shit. That's why I don't be listening. Because I can't respect you when you got to wait for me to bring something up to be an expert. Go show me where you talking about. Send me your social media. Let me see what you're talking about. Nothing. When I go to your social media, there ain't none of this knowledge that you want to compete against me with. There's pictures of you smiling with your wife or grinning with the kids or some coon type of situation. There ain't no knowledge on your social media unless you repost somebody else, something that you don't push. Happens all the time, especially with black men. When you intelligent, they become intelligent. And then when you turn your intelligence off, they go back to being on nothing. I've been doing this a long time. Everybody's smart once I start dropping bombs. And as soon as I go away, they smartness go away. And if you wait on them to drop something, you'll be waiting forever. They only drop stuff at my expense. They ain't dropping shit on their own. And guess what? They showing you. They saying, okay, y'all talking. He in jail. Now what? He in prison now. This is not directed at us. This is not saying do something about it. Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it, sweetheart. That's what I'm talking about right now. I've seen it, baby. He's in Texas. That whole family and in-laws and everybody's in Texas. The family of the young man that got poked is all through the South and especially going to be in Texas. These people come from families that were part of the system when you was a slave. So you go back, right? Descendants of slaves, and they go back to the descendants of slave owners, farm owners, business owners, the railroad, the banks, well before you was even deemed as a human. And so I appreciate people having a strong mind. I just don't appreciate them putting it on social media. I don't appreciate people challenging a society they weaker than with this on social media. Certain things should be not spoken on social media. This is why people look at me and probably wonder, like, he ain't saying certain things. I know y'all been looking at it like, man, he phony, he ain't strong. Why he bouncing around? I know you've seen it. You can't tell me I ain't look like I was holding back. You can't tell me sometimes you look at me and say, man, he need to speak up. He need to. You can't tell me that you ain't thought that, oh, he fence straddling. I know. I know what I'm doing. I know what you're thinking when I'm doing it. And I also know what society is thinking. I also know what society is thinking. And guess what? You're not a threat. So I don't have to worry about y'all. Because y'all don't run nothing. I got to worry about the people run. I got to worry about YouTube. I got to worry about Gmail, Google, the Congress, the Senate, the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, CIA, FBI, DEA, Secret Service. That's who I got to worry about. I got to worry about black people. As you can see, who he had to worry about? Us? No. In jail faster than you ever seen. Now, by him being in jail already, when the system do that, who they talking to? Who they do that? Who did they do that for? Who did they want to see that? Put it in the chat. Who did they lock him up like that for? Who they talking to when they locked him up like that, fast like that? Who they talking to? Who put it in the chat? Who is the system talking to when they locked them up fast like that? Who's that a message to? You 100% correct. And check this out, Prosperity. And what could all of these strong black talking heads, what could they do about it? What can they do about it? What can they do about it? Now they ain't talking to black and brown youth. They talking to all y'all. They're talking to anybody that's been talking strong. They saying do something. They're talking to everybody. They talking to everybody. They said, okay, do something. Because when these brothers and sisters, when y'all seen that this was a situation where the black youth had unalived a white youth, y'all should have handled that with kid gloves. Y'all should have tried to back that up a little bit. You shouldn't have threw no flames on that. I tried, but I'm just out here by myself. I tried to roll it back. I tried to throw y'all hints like, you know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing gonna happen to Chud, Lorenzo. You ain't learning nothing. Ain't nothing gonna happen to Chud. Chud is locked up for his own safety so no black person can get to him. They not punishing Chud, they protecting Chud. Is there any real revolutionaries over here? That's that judge the judge is nobody. That judge is nobody. Let me ask you a question. How did he get that judge? When he got that judge, you think the powers don't know that's the type of judge he got? You think that was coincidental that they gave him that judge? He was given that judge on purpose. That judge don't run nothing. Not a thing. That judge don't run nothing. It's gonna be ah. Too bad I don't know you so I can take your money, Lorenzo. Listen, the rest of y'all ain't talked to Lorenzo because he trolling the chat too much. Listen, y'all. Chud is gonna be Chud retire you, blah blah blah. Chud's out. What? It's gonna be like We're not playing with Judge. Judge not playing with Chud. The judge not playing with Chud. Chud's out. It's gonna be like He got the bail money. He's out. How much you want to bet? You don't see the play? It's gonna be like oh, they're not playing with Chud. They got Chud. They're gonna keep Chud out. What? It's gonna be they got Chud. They got Chud. See the chat. Oh, the judge ain't playing with Chud. Oh, Chud out. Y'all ain't hip to this news. You just click on it. So y'all ain't never clicked on the news the next day and it'd be like, the money has been raised for Chud. Chud gonna make bail, bro. Chud gonna make bail. He might get a little slap on the wrist. Chud found guilty. Chud locked out. Chud out. I ain't gonna say he ain't gonna go to jail, but it's gonna be like a revolving door. That's for you. That's for you. That's to fool you. You don't. That's for you. It's working too. That's for you. Listen, this is a perfect example. You see how he's getting some kind of fake um satisfaction out the Chud situation? So I'm glad he's doing this so I can teach y'all about how they manipulate. You see this satisfaction he got about the Chud situation, right? Y'all don't believe that this satisfaction he got is manipulated? Listen, y'all don't believe that they manipulate Lorenzo right now and he don't know it? I'm glad he's doing this because he proving my point. This is media manipulation. To give it time to forget about the brother that Chud got into it with. Let that, right? And then, it's over there. This is media manipulation for the incident between him and the brother. On top of that, I'm going to show you now. If the brother that Chud got into it with don't be careful, he going bye-bye. The person that Chud got into it with, let me ask y'all a question. Who's in the most danger, Chud or the black dude? Who y'all think got to watch their back? Let me see if the black dude that Chud got into it with, who is in the most danger from the system? Chud or the black dude? Who's in the most danger? If you know anything about this system, yeah, you trolling. You messing up my chat. I gotta get you out of here. You trolling. I'll unblock you another day, but you're a little obsessive. You're messing up the chat. You couldn't be listening to me because you're constantly typing. So go something like you're not listening. It don't make no sense to watch me if you're not listening. If you're constantly trying to think of what you're gonna say next, you're not listening. You're just a distraction to the rest of the people. You think Chud is in the most trouble? Chud is only in trouble because he disrespected the courthouse by having that thing in front of the courthouse. That's it. That's the only beef they got with him. They ain't got no beef with him doing nothing to no black person. They gonna make him pay for having that weapon in front of the courthouse. That's it. He's not gonna pay for what he did for dudes. And the payment's not gonna be that high. You're gonna blink and Chud gonna be back out. Because if they were serious, Chud would have been locked up. Chud been breaking the law. They don't do nothing to him. Y'all think it's a coincidence? All them people popping up like that? Y'all think all this hype and racism is a coincidence? No, they have social media people they listening to telling them, hyping them up. You black, you just ain't watching. They have social media people hyping them up. Even in the government, even a Trump appointees is hyping that up. We call it bird whistles, where this one say a little something over there, and this one say a little something over there. Jake Lane, his bail is 1 million. Jake, you mean the Jake Trump pardon? Ain't nothing gonna happen to Jake. They're gonna give him the money. Chud got the money, but they just won't let him access it. Man, $1 million ain't nothing to them races. Jake go, walking. You know what I'm saying? Because and with they race, they support all that. So you got some racist billionaires. They're like, here, go on, white power on my soul. Yeah, they put money to get him out, but they don't know how to access it. He would have been out if they would have let him access the money they paid. I don't think foundational black Americans know the position they in, and I don't think they openly watching like what's going on, like openly. I don't think I don't think we are really paying attention. And sometimes you don't pay attention to do this. Now I'll be honest with you. For this boy to be in prison that fast after being found guilty, if that don't open black people's eyes, I don't know what to tell you. You can't get a more clear sick man. You can't get it no more clearer than that. You can't get it no more clearer than that. Poetic Flacco, Poetic Flacco just pimping YouTube. That's all. He just saying Poetic Flacco. You can't really Poetic Flacco. You can't really believe nothing he's saying because he is just all he trying to do. He gonna say anything to get views. So Poetic Flacco, you can't listen to. All you gotta do is look at his title. His titles, they're all. It's over for Charleston White. It's over for Whack 100. You know, Poetic Flacco, he just pimping YouTube. He ain't no threat to nothing. He making 250,000. 300,000 a month on YouTube. I mess with Poetic Flacco, but I know he pimping YouTube. You can't listen to him. Poetic Flacco drop videos all day. So tell me you can believe on somebody that might drop 24 videos. And so how I'm gonna believe all 24 videos? He gonna say whatever he gonna ever have to say for the title to be fallacious and for somebody to watch it. He's not a threat. Poetic Flacco ain't on nothing. He a YouTuber. Poetic Flacco, I would advise. I would advise if you're a content creator, that's one of the main persons I would advise you to watch if you want to see how to get the bread. Because that's the hardest working man on YouTube right now. Ain't nobody messing with Flacco. Flacco is stripped out. He'll make a video about me. This might be the end for Pharaoh said that. That's how you gonna title it. Dude is cold with it. I ain't gonna lie. Hey, if he make a video about me, ain't he gonna say it's the end? He gonna say it's the end for me. Then when you watch it, it don't even be the end for me. You're like, this don't ain't the end, bro. Trolling. I watch him all the time. He's slick. I like Poetic Flacco as a YouTuber. I think he's good motivation if you want to get some YouTube money. Like, you can't knock his hustle. Dude is just be gone. And once he see getting a lot of views, he gonna lay on that subject. He gonna lay on it. Once he see he gonna get views on Chud the Builder, he gonna be like, Chud the Builder, 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 Chud the Builder. he gonna get 10 million views. I don't pay Flacco no serious. I don't pay him no. I just watch him to see his little quick reporting because he do be seeing stuff go on. But mostly I just be impressed with how much content. That's a whole nother video, Flacco. Flacco is who you watch if you want to get some YouTube money. You want to get some YouTube money, watch Poetic Flacco. He chop them up. When I be done talked over here 6 hours, Flacco be done posted 12 videos while I'm talking for one. I know I could do that, but I'm a little stubborn. Sometimes I'm too stubborn to make money. I'm too stubborn to make money. I just want to do it my way. I don't really want to change for money. I could though. But if I was going to do that, I just go get a couple kilos. If I just was going to sell out, I get some birds. I get some Fenty. Now, Flacco is popping. Yeah, Flacco's popping. It's over your head, great tier. He's like I say, for content creators. If you're a content creator, watch Flacco. If you don't understand what I'm saying, change the subject because it's going to fly over your head. That's that content creator bag. So you want to get money, watch Flacco, watch Seti Nash. Watch them. If you want to get some money. But don't take them serious. They hustling. Okay? They hustling. You know what I'm saying? They hustling. So that's hustling. So don't get emotional over them. Don't get emotional over academic. They hustling. That's hustle. That's if you want to learn how to hustle. That's that people at work earplug in listening to YouTube money. You know what I'm saying? Because people, YouTube is bigger than TV and it's on the phone. So it's entertainment for YouTube. Yeah, I got it. This is it right here. I got it. This is here. This is it right here. But he heard somebody in Texas where the boy got a lot of family members. Black people got on social media, overhyped it, right? Made it worse. And so, he gonna have to pay for people making it worse. You know, black people on social media hurt Carmelo because they pushed the situation in the wrong direction, and they made it a us against them situation, and put that baby, you know, use that baby for their feelings. You know what I'm saying? This is what the problem I keep telling black people on social media. You used him to express your feelings, but now you at home and he in prison. And when I talk about in my videos, basically, you can see me trying to when you watch my videos. But a lot of people didn't like my videos. They wanted me to go this way. And I was like, you know, they both should sue. The parents should sue. Both parents should sue. It's a shame that he going to prison. It's a shame. The young white dude lost his life. You know what I'm saying? Now, other people like, and got that boy slammed. If you was on here hyping that up, you the reason that they speeded it up. You added to his demise. If you was over here hyping this up, hyping that up with Carmelo, and you didn't try to like roll it back some, you the reason they grabbed him fast like that. You used them for some type of racial football for your own weak self because you ain't standing on nothing. And then you're going to try to stand on him and use him to stand on. You know what I'm saying? I've seen a lot of brothers using him. They ain't going to bust a grape. You ain't going to kill nothing. You ain't going to let nothing die. But you got the pom-poms all. Yeah, we're going to stand up. There's one brother on there. I don't want to emulate him because y'all gonna know exactly who I'm talking about. But he on there, revolution, and probably been talking that revolution nonsense for years, and he ain't bust a damn grave nowhere. He ain't got nothing revolutionary or nothing. Y'all on the internet talking about the revolution. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't want to put the brother in no bad position where he tried, although I ain't gonna beef with him anyway, but I could. You know what I'm saying? He don't want none of this, you know what I'm saying? I run him off the internet. Boy, you ain't even none of that. And you can't do them fake threats. You can't do that shit over here. But one thing is, right? That proved my point, because if I say something, a brother gonna give fake threats, right? On the internet in front of the FBI. And what I'm gonna have to do, I'm gonna have to be like, no, I ain't. I'm not gonna say his name, but I gotta bag it back because the brothers will get all on the all on the internet saying a bunch of shit in front of the system. And at that point, you're preparing the system. You're arming the system. You know what I'm saying? Because you like somebody that want to play in the NBA game, but you don't practice your free throws. And when they foul, you ain't going to hit no free throws. This is the black man. You want to play NBA against a white man, but you ain't been practicing your free throws. So when you get in the game, you're going to miss all your free throws. They're going to win anyway. Because instead of running your NBA mouth, you should have been working on your free throws. But see, we don't work on no free throws. We got too many people thinking that talking and posting equals work. But you can post and talk all day, but if you ain't got no physical unity, what's your address? When we gonna actually get together physical? You look at how weak social media is, because it's a bunch of black people that really think they know each other, that live millions of miles, hundreds of miles away from each other, can't get together to do nothing. But because they're on social media, they feel like, yeah, we, and we ain't really no we. You live way over there. He live way over there. And live way over there. And way over there. None of us got enough money to take off work. Everybody got to go to work a different day. Some of us got wives or men that ain't going to let us go nowhere anyway. But you get on the internet talking, oh, us black people got to do all this make-believe stuff. Knowing you got to pick them kids up all week from school and you can't do nothing. Because you get on the YouTube and get in a fake world and forget you got to go to work, light bill, And so when this situation happened, the blacks on the internet made them send him to prison quicker by making him a scapegoat, by making him a symbol. They made that young baby a symbol. Ain't just a baby. And grown black men made him a symbol of standing up, a baby. He did right. Oh. No, he didn't. If people would have been saying what I'm saying, he wouldn't be in prison this fast. If black people were saying he shouldn't have did that, he kind of slipped, he shouldn't have took no weapon. No, you act like he was cool. That was cool. And I understand what you're doing. I just didn't understand how you didn't know the feds was watching. I'm like, do they realize the feds is watching? And they creating the sides and they drawing a line in the sand, but we on the weak side of the line. And the system is on the other side of the line and you can't win. And I'm like, do you realize that when you draw a line in the sand and you over here, do you realize YouTube is over there? Do you realize X is over there? Facebook is over there. Instagram is over there. They're not over here with you. Ain't nobody over here with you. Not even the social media you talking on. You don't got nothing. And then you hyping up while pissing off the system while he in they clutches. So they look, oh man. I don't want to get hyped up. Let me calm down. Because social media made them fast track that baby. Found him guilty, and 2 days later, prison. Oh my soul. That's what social media did to him. Got that baby in prison quick. Social media the reason he in there. Blacks on social media. is the reason he in there already. Because everybody's on social media. The judges, the politicians, everybody's on social media. So the powers that be, they on social media. You sit up there, some of these people come with fake names. That could be a governor, a senator, on my soul. You don't know who that is? You just assume it's a nobody. It could be a five-star general. It could be anybody with them fake names. FBI director. It could be anybody. Y'all don't be seeing people be trying to come over here and send me off and I block them and the government respect me. They go say, he's smart. Y'all ain't never noticed why I be blocking people? They be trying to send me off. Yeah. They be trying to send you off. I'm telling you. They come over here, they try to send you off. I'm telling you. And what they'll do, if I'm a government agent, I could talk revolution because it's a sting operation. So I'm going to tell Pharaoh, but you scared? You ain't no real revolutionary? Watch. He going to say he won. Watch. See? Yeah, I'm a real revolution. Got him. Now when you go to court and they show you who you was talking to an FBI or CIA agent, was hyping you up. CIA agent was talking all type of super black stuff. We need. How you think they talk people into telling about doing exploding stuff and attacking stuff? Because they be talking it with them. This social media. And y'all in, like, let me ask you something. Because I've been on social media a long time. Be honest. Him being in prison that fast, that ain't a turning point. I'm just asking. Y'all don't think that's not a turning point? That's not an escalation of situations? I'm just asking you. What do that really mean to the general public? That they found him guilty and put him in prison in a day. You know what? Do you know what they're telling you? Do y'all understand what they're telling the general public? Did y'all see them troops walking through California this week? Did y'all see the U.S. military in California? Fully armed? I'm just asking for a friend. And it's like I be trying to turn stuff back. Military training exercises. It's just like, I just don't think. Mm, I don't know. Military moves across South Cal. So I was ready to. I was there in California. First, they got to get ready for the Olympics. So they got to train for the Olympics, right? So what they do is when they go to train for the Olympics, they don't explain it. So that way the public, they can push a certain public fear, right? So even though they'll go to train for the Olympics, they won't tell you that's what they're doing. It's like some heavy mental war games. So the vibe is like, guess what we doing? You know what I'm saying? Like that. Like they leaving it to your imagination. It's military uh, tactics, military fear tactics. Don't really tell you what they're doing because they letting you know. Yeah, we could be training for the Olympics, but we could be training for a lot of stuff. This ain't necessarily just for the Olympics like that. So it's like psychological warfare because social media is like a part of Big Brother, right? And so they watching you on social media, and people's on social media selling wolf tickets, and so they selling them back. That's why Carmelo is in prison already. Psychological warfare. That's why I came on late tonight for my subscribers. Because when you get up in the morning, you're going to see everything I'm telling you. Watch. Watch in the morning. Because this is going to pop in the morning. It's not going to pop tonight. It's 3:30 in the morning here. But my subscribers, I always want them to be 20 steps ahead of everybody else. So that's why I didn't wait till tomorrow, because I wanted you all to wake up tomorrow and already be up on game. First thing, don't you speak on this shit on your social media. Your name Wes, you not in this mess. Do not post nothing about that boy on your social media. Don't talk nothing about freeing him or nothing because you hurting him. All you gonna do is the more support he got, the more they gonna F him up. Facts. The more support he get, the more they gonna hurt him. Because in their side, from their point of view, it's support for unaliving a white male. That's how they taking it. I don't know if you know how they taking it, but they gonna take it like you cheering for the unaliving of white males. Duh. How you think they're gonna take that? And that's in poor taste anyway. It's in poor taste, you know, whether it's racial issues or whatever. It's in poor taste to gloat over that kid. You understand? They're gonna target who regardless. They're gonna target who regardless. Like if they target me, Robbie, let me ask you a question. Yeah, Cardi B. If they target me and they grab me, can the internet make it worse for me? Yes or no? If they grab me right now, can the internet make it worse for me? Do I think she'll get backlash? She's absolutely gonna get. Well, uh, uh, Robbie, actually taking them there was targeted. Hey, Robbie, he's targeted already. Hey, Robbie, hey, Robbie. Robbie said they gonna target it. Hey, Robbie, you late. They done already targeted his ass. That's why he. Hey, Robbie, that shit funny. It's not funny, but it's funny if y'all know. Hey, Robbie said they gonna target him. Hey, Robbie, they done targeted him. They ain't going to. They wasn't go. Hey, hey, they. But Robbie, them supporters made it worse. Them supporters that didn't show no compassion for the unalive white dude. See, that's a mental mistake right there. When you black in this country, you got to move based on the results, not based on what's right and wrong. She gonna try to raise money to help her. You know what I'm saying? They wanna help get him out and stuff like that. And you they're not gonna be mad for trying to help the kid. Uh, but they're gonna get upset. Okay, let's say somebody unalived my daughter, and then y'all trying to help them. Now, as a father, my daughter might have did certain little things, but I'm not gonna be able to see that part. Not as a father, I'm gonna be beyond bias because if my daughter didn't unalive nobody, but you unalive them, that's not even. You understand? Now it could have been an accident. They said Carmelo's nose was swollen up. He could have got punched or whatever reacted and did something to do. So it could have just been reaction, reaction, reaction. Right? It could have been reaction, reaction, reaction. But whatever the young man did to Carmelo, you still have to have compassion for the father. So you can't be cruel to the father. He wasn't there. See what I'm saying? So you have to make sure you have compassion. If my son go do something and get unalive, I mean, I wasn't there, but I lost my son. So you can't be so mad at my son. You don't got no compassion for me, especially if my son's a kid. So that's the part I didn't really like. I didn't really like not having no compassion for the parents. I didn't really like that. I thought that was in bad. That's in bad taste. It's like the parents didn't do nothing. You know what I'm saying? The parents didn't do nothing. So now, if the son did something, he's still alive. One thing, but if the son gone, I just can't see myself in any kind of way like gloating or anything over that. I can't see myself expecting the father to think openly when his son gone. That just to me, that ain't make no sense. The man's son gone. So when you say, well, his son did something, but the father the one suffering. See what I'm saying? So sometimes the son do something and you could justify the son getting in trouble, but I can't justify the pain of the father though. That's still sad for the father. You know what I'm saying? So me, I really never got into it like everybody else. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm real heavy into psychology and stuff. And I got 6 children, and I know that what happened for the mother, I feel sorry for the mother. That's what I post. That's who lost the most, the mother. The mother lost more than anything. The father lost, but Austin's mother lost. If you got children, you got to have children to understand what I'm saying. Because if you know anything, if you got a woman and you got kids, you know that, yeah, that's your son, but you know that's really your mama's baby. That's his mama. That's your white baby. Me and real men know that. That it's never really your child evenly. That's her baby. That's a fact. The only thing that's like yours is her. She's your wife. But that baby is hers. That's her baby. You don't you ain't never gonna be as close to your children as their mama. Cause she carried them 9 months before you met them. By the time I met my child was 9 months, right? And then my child's on the mother's breast. My child's with the mother, with the mother, with the mother, with the mother. And your child don't really, really get to know you. You know how a child, how you can't stand them on their legs, they ain't strong enough. But you know how if you hold them and they start pushing up on their legs, that's when they get to know you. Your children don't get to know you until they start getting physical. Daddy is the gym. Daddy is the physical. I'm telling you. Yeah, I can only imagine. Daddy is the physical when the baby start getting physical. When the baby start getting physical, the baby like daddy because daddy with that. You know what I'm saying? The physical part, and that's when the baby start crawling behind you and dealing with you. But even that, the boys do it more than the girls because the girls are not as physical, but they still like it. The girls get a certain age, and you carry them. You can see they be looking at their mama like, "Daddy got me." You know what I'm saying? They be stunned. Y'all ever seen your baby stun on their mama when they start getting bigger and you got them, and how they be looking at mama? They be looking at mama like, "I'm with daddy now. Daddy carrying me around." They be like bragging. Y'all ever seen their face when they? Y'all ever peeped on that when they get to that age, they carrying them around. They be stunting on their mama. They be stunting on their mama. Like daddy got me. So that's a bad situation. I felt like I understand because it was young people, and the young brother was defending himself. So I definitely understand that. You know what I mean? So I definitely understand that. I just I just didn't understand how blacks on social media didn't know not to turn this into not to over racialize it. I don't understand why, especially black men didn't know that wouldn't be healthy for the community. I thought it should have been left between two dudes. I didn't like it going racial. I thought it should have stayed between Austin and Carmelo. That's what I thought. I would have preferred to stay like that. I didn't like when they turned it black against white. I didn't like that because I thought that invite in the whole white America that you know what I'm saying? Whites, he said whites made it racial immediately, right? But all we had to do was not stamp it, and that would have went away. It would have, some of them would have still thought that, but they wouldn't have been able to stamp it on everybody if everybody didn't allow it to be stamped. You understand? So it's kind of like when it happened, I can't say that whites made it racial because the story was that the white boy was the bully. And the white boy being the bully is what made it racial, right? So the white boy being the bully is what made it racial because it was two white boys attacking a black man. So they did so the nobody made it racial. It would automatically appeared racial, but from white people, not from blacks. Two white boys that made it appear racial by attacking one black boy. So they can't say we made it racial. The twins made it racial when they picked out the black dude. So black people didn't make it racial. The two white twins made it racial. I had to think back how it played out. No, we did not make that racial. When they attacked a black boy, they made it racial. You know what I'm saying? They made it racial. The problem is they was both kids, and when other things did happen, that's true. Other things did happen. But I'm talking in the eyes of the public as what everybody know, Robbie. So I'm saying in terms of what everybody knew. We haven't gotten to the other stories coming out and all that. I'm just taking it from how I seen it. So when we seen it, before we knew all the details, we seen it, and it was two white twins bullying a black dude and the unalive one. That's how this started out. That they was bullying him and he unalive. That's the original story, way for any details. Because that's when it was swirling that they had been bullying. That's when it started swirling how big the one that got unalive was. Now, I don't think nobody made it racial. If you some white boys and you attack a black dude, you the one make it racial. If you two white dudes and out of all these kids, you picked on and it ain't hardly no blacks. And out of all these kids, you happen to get in one of the few blacks, that's definitely racist. That was definitely 100 billion% racist. That was white racism. That's a fact. Because the blacks was only 8% of the population of the school. The school's mostly whites and Asians. So out of all these people you get into, you're going to get into it with just one of the blacks that got the least numbers. There's not even enough blacks here to hate blacks. So yeah, they made it racial off the top. But then the problem is when you had that type of racial situation and the one that you're trying to say is racist is unalive, it's pretty much case closed. So there's no need to push that because he paid his debt. He paid for that. So now you get to the point where are you going to turn it into like the Knicks versus the Spurs? And that's the part I didn't like. Now you're going to take that and you're going to internalize that into all the other situations instead of just leaving that situation like there. Let's just leave that there, even if it was racist. Let's not internalize it like the way they did. People went too far. They went too far. All the people, the white ones and the black ones. Now they out there and they Look, I just mentioned the Spurs. Look, the internet is it needs to be grown men too. That's a grown man. I just mentioned the Spurs talking about something else. And he just got triggered. This internet is strange. Now that was like totally uncalled. Like what? All he did was hear the word Spurs and he got triggered. I mean, they waited a year and left the news cycle. And on X, they kept posting racist stuff about him. Yes. So they left the news cycle on X. They kept on, they kept on, they kept on, they kept on, they kept on. And they grinded it and they grinded it and they grinded it. And then it became a racial. And then it became like a racial. It became like a racial situation. But the problem is social media. Social media take everything too far. And there's people on social media takes things so far that us as content creators, you know what we got to deal with the foolishness on social media? Do you know how many people ruin the chat? How many people steer the chat, confuse the chat, distract the chat? This is people in general. So when you take that situation now and put that situation on social media, you lose all intelligence. Because with a failing school system and people being able to go to social media, it's just a playground for fools. Like social media is a fool paradise. Like seriously, like everybody's got comprehension skills, slow, argumentative, not good with facts, racist, with all those defaults. Social media feeds them. You can barely have a decent conversation. The only way you can have a decent conversation on social media without nobody getting distracted, if you got thousands of people in the chats and can't nobody read the losers. But if the losers be stuck there like that, they ruin everybody else. They distract. They bring down the intelligence level. So the intelligence level got brought all the way down. Now, my problem with black people is that black people don't want to face that you ain't got no power like that. So I didn't like black people huffing and puffing while the boy was under the thumb of the beast. I felt like a lot of black people really hurt Carmelo. I think a lot of black men didn't show no leadership, and I don't think it's one thing to say you believe this and you believe that, but it's another thing to say certain things when a dude's on trial though. It's another thing to try to talk about what's right and wrong when a dude's life is on trial. You're supposed to be intelligent enough to kind of chill and supposed to be smart enough to know maybe you don't want to do too much while the boy on trial. But no, the boy on trial, black men out here talking crazy while the brother's on trial, but you not going to jail, so you don't care if you turn up the pressure on him. You using him as a symbol for your coward ass because you ain't even black like that. So that's why I didn't like it, because a black man ain't black like that. When you gonna stop fronting? You not like that. You're not pro-black at all. There's nothing about you as a whole that's pro-black. Nothing. We buy our gas from Arabs. We buy our clothes from everybody. You got nothing. You got nothing pro-black. Nothing. So when I see you want to use this to be, oh, I'm pro-black. Wow. He on trial. And there ain't no arguing now. There ain't nobody can't tell me nothing. Because now he's the fastest person to ever go to prison. So I'm 1,000,000,000% right. And you cannot say all that behavior don't have nothing to do with that, because they absolutely do. And that without these black internet trolls, they would have went through the regular normal process. They speeded that process up because brothers on this goddamn internet, they're still gonna be at home tomorrow. Ain't that baby gone? No, they don't. And then they're not pro-black. Let me tell you something. If you give me 1,000 pro-black people, you do know only 100 of them is pro-black. It's one of the most fraudulent groups ever. And then social media is worse, because now you could just type it. You don't have to be about shit. You know what I'm saying? You could just jump in the conversation and pretend. At least in the 80s, you had to at least fake some. Now you don't have to fake. You don't have to wear no pro-black clothes. You don't have to do nothing. You could just be any bozo and just get on here and talk pro-black and go right back and be a buster. Because can't nobody see you. And nobody can see that you ain't about that life. You a Negro. You're just a regular Negro. They get on the internet and stunting because you feel like, oh, we ain't having it. We hyped up now. They did something to the brother. Because a crowd starts stunting. You know what I'm saying? So once you get a crowd, you get a whole bunch of fakes. So I'm not happy because you got all these fakes. But bro in jail for real, and the internet dude still at home. The internet dude's still at home. They say they were standing up for dude. How you standing up for dude when you getting them in more trouble? See what I'm saying? Because a revolutionary would have known, let's just kind of tone it down while he in the clutches of the beast. You know what I'm saying? This is why Malcolm got in trouble, right? Remember, why did Malcolm get in trouble? What Malcolm was mad about? What was Elijah mad about? Elijah told Malcolm, stop talking like that, because our brothers is in the prison and they're going to beat up our brothers in prison because of the way you talking. Who know the history? Who know the history? They first fell out is because Elijah Muhammad wanted Malcolm to shut up with all that black stuff, because Elijah said the brothers in prison is helpless and you out here talking. It's just like now. Malcolm was talking, pissing off the system, and the system was going taking it out on the brothers in the system. Why the brothers ain't in the system, didn't have to get nothing. And that happened right today. The brothers on social media is Malcolm, and Karmelo is the brothers in the penitentiary. Right today. What Elijah was talking about is happening right now. These ones is free. And guess who got to take a punishment? Karmelo got to take the punishment. And everything that you say to piss off white supremacy, they're going to take it out on him. They're going to really take it out on him. He going to pay for every revolutionary, every crazy thing you said, that baby going to pay. They expedited that baby. I mean, who got eyes to see can let them see. Anybody see this is historic. This is a historic message. Anybody can see this is a. If anybody don't see this as a historic message to the black community, it's crazy. It's clear as day that some of that rhetoric is the reason he in the prison right now. Or he would have went through the regular process. They would not have speeded up like that if they didn't make it a na when the white dude is dead. If the white dude is dead, why would you make it a na? Just let the process work out. Now you rubbing it in the face of the people whose son is dead, but the people whose son is unalive, they live in Texas. All their family in the Texas prison system, everybody there got control over the boy. Of course, I'm just making it up. But it happened live. Nobody can tell me no other reason. Nobody can tell me no other reason. It's the first time somebody went to prison that fast. Right on social media so you can see it since you're on social media talking. They post that right on social media. Say, oh, okay. Get his ass, lock his ass up now. Lock him up where? Take him down there with Reggie J and Jonathan and them work down there. Take him down there. Take him down there with Jonathan and Chemo and Bruce and them work. Wait a minute. They didn't say take him down there with James work and Kenneth and they relatives and friends. They didn't say that. They didn't demand to take them down there where they people's at. Or y'all think they just picked this place out of a hat? They're like, oh, these black people gonna cheer for our young white man, for our young white person to be unalive. All right, don't hurt them right away. Give them to the LGBT, the big strong LGBTQs first. Boy, I don't even want to tell y'all what they're gonna do to that boy down there. And there's a brother in there talking, we gonna revolution and we gonna, and boy, you ain't gonna do shit on this damn internet talking about revolution. Talking about revolution. The damn black revolutionaries can't even beat the gangs. The gangs are chasing revolutionaries down the street, butt ass naked. And y'all black revolutionaries can't even beat the gangs. Y'all can't beat the GDs. Y'all are punk out. I'd be sick of these revolutionaries. They ain't even built like that. They ain't. I've been doing this. I've been with this black conscious stuff since 1978. Man, them black revolutionaries is the phoniest talkers in the world. Oh, they gonna go pull him out of his cell at night. They got the keys. They go open his cell, pop, grab him. They're gonna make sure all the inmates hear him hollering too. What can they do? They ain't got no keys. They can lock the whole prison down and go get him. They can lock the prison down for a month and go get him every day for a month. What you gonna do? I know I don't. Da, 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 da. It ain't too late for a revolution. You ain't got no revolutionaries. It wouldn't matter if it was early. You ain't got no revolutionary. Revolutionaries. How a bunch of snitches gonna be revolutionary? As soon as they catch you, you go tell. A bunch of tattletales. Come on, man. Y'all be outside. Hell, only out of 10, only 2 ain't gonna snitch. The other 8 gonna snitch. The black man's such a snitch. Why you think so many of us got out the streets? Why you think so many people stopped doing crimes? Because the snitch epidemic. They don't snitch. Quick. Now they'll get on social media, they'll get on a song, or they'll get on some, but as soon as them people grab them, they're gonna be like, but sir, but sir, but sir, but sir. Pharaoh did this and Pharaoh, and he, yeah, he be over there with John, he be over there with Reuben. They're gonna tell him stuff he ain't even asked. Because you can't be stand up if you got habits. So if you got meat habits, if you gotta have a piece of meat, if you gotta have a cigarette, if you gotta have sugar, if you can't fast, you gonna snitch. This is why when they arrest them, I can tell you the whole demo. They arrest you, bring you to the station. Then they make you wait a long time on the bench handcuffed for the processing. And when they process, then they put you in the cell. You in the cell, they don't tell you nothing. They don't come talk to you or nothing. They're breaking you. Then they'll take you and they'll put you in a room. And they'll put you in a room and they'll come in there with the papers and stuff and they'll handcuff you over there, right? And then they'll leave. Now, if you got habits, they're going to kick in. So how you come back, you're like, honey, can I get a cigarette? Like, oh, you want a cigarette? And they ignore you. They let you get real hungry. And then they can tell when you're finna break. And now they know if they get you some McDonald's and a cigarette, you're going to tell everything. All that other shit is out the window. Because you don't fast. You're full of worms and parasites because you eat dead animals. You ain't no G, like you ain't no G. You know what I'm saying? You's a vulture or a pig or something. You eat trash. You're full of parasites and stuff. As soon as them worms start crawling around in there and going up and giving you them headaches, you're going to tell everything you know. Then don't let you be on substance abuse or cigarettes and sugar. You're going to snitch. You're going to tell everything. You don't have no discipline or no soldier. If we had discipline of a soldier, first thing we would have said was, okay, Carmelo's a POW right now. Shut up. Like, shut up. He a POW. Let's not talk crazy while they got him. Let's not get him hurt. Let's just be quiet while they got him. No. They got him. He in the clutches of the beast. He a kid. And dudes on the internet talking reckless right in front of the police. Okay, I don't think you know. You do know the police watching us right now, right? I don't know. Do y'all know the police watching this? Right now. We're on the screen. Police are watching us right now. Various local authorities and feds. They're watching this live right now. And it's being recorded. Duh. Right now, there's white boys in there say, they need to listen to this guy. Shout out to the feds right now told they need to listen to this guy. Smart cookie. Ah, they're stupid. They're not going to listen. And so it was already a bad situation. It was already racial tension. I started trying to, but I'm just one person. But the other person there, the system, and you know what I'm saying? Just making it worse and worse and worse and worse. He in the clutches of the beast. He don't got a chance to help. Anybody here been in the county jail? I ain't never been to prison. Anybody here? Anybody here been in interrogation? Anybody been in here arrested by some whites for doing something to a white person? You know what that's like? Anybody in here that's arrested for doing something to a white person and blacks out there making you a hero, but the whites got you? If I do something to a white person and y'all make me a hero and the whites got me and y'all making me a hero, y'all helping me? Y'all helping me? I just asking for a friend. You helping me if you making me a hero? And I'm a baby. I'm a little boy. I'm like a senior, a junior, a senior. Y'all putting all this pressure on me. I'm a kid. And y'all making me a symbol or something? If we go to General Pop, he'll be protected. Nah, he ain't finna be no protected. If he go to General Pop in a regular situation with regular General Pop, yeah. But if he go to General Pop for an international racial incident, man, listen, they coming and pulling them out that cell at night and doing whatever they want to do with them. Can't nobody protect you when they got the key and they could come and cuff you and take you wherever they want. Protect them now. How am I protect you if we don't know where you at in the prison? What are we doing? Do y'all understand where he at? Y'all understand jail and prison? Do y'all understand they could cuff you and take you wherever they want to take you? So how could somebody protect him when he's in a back room somewhere cuffed up? Yeah, you gonna listen. Listen. If I'm in prison for doing something to a white kid and y'all out there cheering me on, y'all cheering on my unalivement, basically you making sure they torture me because you pissing them off. How you helping me when you pissing off my captors? How you know what I'm saying? They hurt everybody that was take dealt with this the wrong way. That's why they speeded it up. They said, "Oh, this y'all hero, huh? Go get his ass now. Go get his ass now." Because at this point now they want to shut y'all up. So they say, "All right, we'll show them. Go get that hero and do everything you could believe to him. Let's see how much they're gonna be cheering when they leak out what happened to him up in there." Why? Why? You think I'm lying? Watch tomorrow. That's why I went live now. Before what time is it? It's 4 in the morning. 2 more hours and it's up. It'll be riots. You mean be a bunch of black people getting shot down in the streets? What riots? Huh. No, okay. You mean looting and stealing and looting, but it ain't gonna be no. Here go the thing. What do you do when they want you to riot? It's one thing when they do some stuff and then you burst out in riots. But what's up when they want you to riot? See, because when they want you to riot, see, that's different. You understand? For the people that's watching me that want to learn, let me tell you, don't you go out there if things go crazy. You look at this picture and you read real close. This was last year. And they've been doing trainings constantly. And they out there right now. They out there right now. All this stuff is strategic. They having war games right now as we speak. That ain't no coincidence that they grabbed him like that. You know what I'm saying? It's not a coincidence. Nobody ain't took the bait yet, but kinda. I mean, all you gotta do is just like look at the responses, and then, if you just sit back and just like even this situation, if you just look at the responses, you'll be able to tell. But maybe not if you're young, because you probably don't know the difference. Because you know, older people like this, they didn't have the internet. So now with the internet, and then even with the internet, the way they do the internet is if you don't know what to follow, you really ain't gonna see what's going on. So it's stuff going on in the internet, but you know they, they make sure you follow what 50 Cent and the Spurs and the Knicks, that kind of stuff. But definitely, if you look, you'll see strategical uh, moves in the inner city. First, though, they just want to get rid of. That's why they want to get rid of the migrants. That's why they want to get rid of the illegal immigrants that could be allies. But this was definitely strategic. This was like do something. That's what they saying. He ain't no threat. He ain't no threat. So why they grab him that quick? Why is he in prison already? Show me where somebody had a court case and was in prison the next day. That's because this is a big story. So they can use the big story to send a message to the masses. They can't send no message with no small story. But because people blew this up, and if you supporting somebody, they definitely believe in torturing and punishing the person you support. They wasn't they none of this. All of this is recent. All of this grabbing him is recent. This is not long term. All of these moves is based off of how people been acting over the last few weeks. If it wouldn't have got big like that, nothing would have happened. But because it got big over these last few weeks, and because of the way people was overdoing it, that's why all of this is new. They would have never did that. They never would have never did that to him if people wouldn't overdo it on social media. And people overdid it and made it worse. Because you got to understand, all the trolls that went out there live, that was based on social media. See? So that really wasn't based on live like it used to be. So all of them that went out there, like Chud was social media. Chud wasn't Chud. Chud wasn't Chud because what Chud was doing. Chud was Chud because he was putting on social media. And then when you put it on social media, that's when it becomes a military situation because you're reaching too many people. So now if you're going to use if you're going to use social media to sway people against the beast, then the beast's going to use social media to punish you in front of the people. So it ain't just about grabbing him. It's about putting it on social media. Yeah, he in jail. He in prison. Yeah. They post it on social media as soon as possible. That's all intentional. Right? And how do you get a social media buzz? By doing something that ain't normal. So like this is what we do. Find them guilty today and put them in prison tomorrow. That'll get their attention. Because show me where somebody went to prison like this before. And and it's all played out on social media. I ain't never seen it. I ain't never seen this before. Anybody seen this before? I ain't never seen this before. I ain't never seen nobody in prison this fast. And if they went to prison, it wasn't publicized. I ain't never seen it publicized. I ain't never seen this before. Yeah, it's a psychological, yes, it's a psychological attack. A strong one, too. And you all, you all, the reason I'm here in the middle of the night, because I'm preparing you all for sunrise. So you all, I put you all ahead. I'm getting you all ready for, because it's 4 in the morning. I'm getting you all ready because it's finna pop off in an hour and a half. So I'm finna go. I did my job. But today, June 11th, get, that's why I was going to wait till later today. But the reason I went in the middle of the night, do I think Trump has? Listen, Trump is hands on with everything. Absolutely. What I mean, pop off, is there's going to be there's going to be thousands of YouTube posts on it. All the content creators are going to be talking about that in a few minutes. It's going to be the number one discussed. It's going to be outrage. It's going to be a lot of racist trolls. Tomorrow, you might see more racist trolls than you ever seen. That's what I mean by pop-up. They're about to troll the hell out you. They're about to troll all of the conversations about this. It's probably going to be one of the biggest racial days It's probably going to be one of the biggest racial days. I'm trying to think if it's one bigger than this year so far. I don't think it's been a racial day bigger than this so far. This gonna be crazy. When people wake up and find out that boy in prison that fast, just let it think about that. Nobody sleep right now would ever believe that boy finna be in prison. Yeah, George Floyd. Listen, everybody that's asleep right now, do they have any idea that Carmelo would be in prison? Would it do it? Because I know I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. Right? I couldn't believe it. I was like, what? Y'all didn't when y'all found out he was in prison already, y'all wasn't like, what? This ain't been nothing different in your life? This ain't been nothing extremely different in your life. Like this ain't nothing extremely different in your life that when you say you've seen everything in this life, this ain't absolutely different than anything you've seen like that. You've seen anybody go to prison that quick? I ain't. They usually give you a sentencing day and then they give you a day to turn yourself in. And they do not lock you up this quick. I ain't never seen it before. I ain't never seen this before. I ain't never. So y'all get ready. It's gonna be different. Exactly. Hey, tell me that's not crazy, ain't it? It's crazy. Hell no. You ain't like I ain't nobody. Nobody I know. I'm trying to think. Yeah, because I already been out there fighting at the courthouse. I'm trying to tell you, Xavier, strange times ain't it, Ross? How long we tell them? Long time Rastafari, tell them so long. I mean, so long. I mean, yeah, they did them super dirty, man. And you don't even know about the cavity search. You don't know what they do. You know what they do to young boys that young in prison? And then they can lock them up and just bring men in there and let them do whatever they want to them. And they can watch it. He in prison. You got no rights. See, once they had to give you rights, then at the 13th Amendment and all that, so then they read, okay, but you don't got no rights if you go to prison. So now they use prison to dehumanize you, to take away your rights. When you get behind them walls, and then they know how to do stuff to you that you ain't gonna tell, because it's gonna make you look real bad. If they made you eat certain stuff and put certain stuff in your mouth and do certain stuff. You ain't gonna never tell. Yeah, they'll sick them on you. They'll lock you up and they'll go get them and bring them in there. Like it's a, they do whatever they want to do. They go get you, they go get him, they lock you in the room and they say fight. And they bet on you. Y'all know about prison fights? Man, they'll go get him, they'll go get you, they'll lock y'all in the room and they'll go in some windows and fight, make y'all fight, sometime to the death. And especially if you ain't getting no letters and mail. So that's why people that be working with brothers and stuff in the prison, that's why we be telling the family, write your relatives. Because if you getting a lot of letters, they'll try to find somebody that ain't getting no letters, that ain't got no communication. They ain't they kind of slow down if a lot of people coming to see you and stuff like that, and they'll get the loners, the ones that don't never get no visits. They can do whatever they want to them. There ain't nobody to tell. And then another punishment is they got the most violent, most gruesome prisoners. So they'll just make him your cellie. They'll make the rapist your cellie, big dude, and they'll put him in your cell. Everybody already knows what's going to happen to you. And you've been there hollering all night. Nobody going to come. And he a little boy. So I know a lot of people understand what I'm saying, because it's flying over some people here, but I don't want to be graphic. So if you don't know, you don't know. So, if you don't, some people, I know you don't know what I'm talking about, but I'm not willing to go into it. But when you that age like that and you little like that, and you in there with men that ain't got no woman, that'll do anything, they might put you in a cell with 5 of them. When they get through, they got to take you to the infirmary and sew you up. And you can't just go see them if they don't want to let you in. It's like, you ever been around where there's rules, but they don't have to follow them? You know what I'm saying? And they'll put them with some Aryans or something. They'll put them with somebody that's upset about, you know what I'm saying, the boy they got on the line. Yeah. They'll have people request, put them in here with me, Sarge. Put them in here with me, for me. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Put them in here with me. Put them in here with me, Sarge, for Justin. For Austin, I mean. Put him in here with me for Austin. Put him in here with me for Austin. Justice for Austin. What y'all know about Texas prisons? You know how big Texas is? You know how many prisons Texas got? And do you know places that got a lot of prisons like that? Do you know what be going on? Because they got prisons, a lot of prisons. And there's prisons like this, and there's prisons like this, and there's prisons like that. So ask yourself, the powers that be that's really mad about that situation, which prison do you think they sent them to? What you think the reputation of that prison is? Because I think that's the transfer. So he might not be in no serious trouble yet. Yeah, he ain't in the bad one yet. Too bad. They saying he ain't in the bad one yet. According to this, they say the Wallace Pack unit in Navasota, Texas, is not classified as one of the most highly violent prisons within the Texas Department of Correctional Justice. Inmate on inmate and staff on inmate violence is generally lower here compared to other high security facilities, largely due to a specific inmate population. Demographics: the PAC unit historically housed a large population of elderly, infirm, and heat sensitive prisoners because it accommodates a higher number of geriatric and medically vulnerable inmates. The physical environment is typically less volatile than facilities housing younger, high security populations. Security levels: the facility houses varying custody levels G1, G2, and G4, while G4 involves closer supervision. The predominant medical and geriatric focus means physical violence is not the primary defining characteristics of the unit. PREA oversight and annual audits generally confirm the facility maintains strong safety and compliance protocol with only isolated incidents historically reported. Rather than physical violence, the PAC unit is much more widely known for historical legal battles, including major civil rights lawsuits regarding extreme summer temperatures and access to safe drinking water. So it looks like they're expecting more. This is good news. So it looks like they sending him somewhere. It looked like they sending him somewhere where he would be in case of an appeal. So it's not bad. So that was good. So they didn't send him to a really bad place. They sent him to a place with a bunch of old people, probably because he's a high profile case, right? And so it don't look like he's in no harm way. It looks like they're anticipating him going back to court or get a retrial or something like that. You know what I'm saying? That's what it looked like. You know what I'm saying? That's what it looks like. I mean, sometimes everybody gets what they deserve. What you think about that? Bullies be getting what they deserve too. Bullies. You think do bullies be getting what they deserve sometimes? Septic tank. What you think? I'm just saying. See, that kind of stuff don't bother me because, as I keep saying, the other young man lost his life, and so there's no comparison. And so when they try to show a loss, Austin lost, took the ultimate loss. Unfortunate, no matter what. For bullying, it doesn't matter. The jury can't bring him back. But good luck with that. Hopefully, somebody listens to you, Septic, and hopefully, whatever you're trying to push across, hopefully somebody cares or somebody gets emotionally caught up with you. Maybe if you go in the comments when I end it, somebody will talk to you and you'll feel better. you know, hopefully somebody makes you feel better and you get to talk to somebody. Maybe you can get a rise out of somebody. I'm not too interested in talking to septic rents because I don't find you be worthy to talk to because you're not a real person. And so what you say is like irrelevant. Because if you're too scary to be a real person, why would we? Who cares what you say? You're septic rents. so I know you're trying to get a rise out of people, but that ain't gonna work if your name's septic rents. You gotta get a real name because nobody really's gonna pay septic rents too much attention. But hopefully, if you troll around, you can. You know what I mean? I don't know. I mean, I wish him luck. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I don't have. If people need to be responsible for the actions, where's reparations for Foundation of Black Americans for slavery? Shouldn't white America pay for slavery, all the money they stole and put into the country, invested into the country? I'm just asking. Is white America going to be responsible for slavery for the money that Steele and Bank of America chase and that's stealing your companies? Because I know you want to say the money's not there, but the money is there with interest. Okay. Anyway, come back septic. I ain't gonna block you or nothing. But just don't be emotional. I'm not really emotional into this. So just don't be emotional. At the end of the day, Austin is no longer with us, and that's unfortunate. And jail doesn't make it even. You know what I mean, bro? Jail don't make it even. If you unalive my daughter and go to jail, that's not even. You know what I'm saying? What you think? You know what I'm saying? That's not even. You can't never pay that family back. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not too much into uh Austin being unalive. I'm not really into that because I feel sorry for the mother. The mother, when these mothers had these babies, you know what I'm saying? So you know, I kind of be focusing on Austin's mother. That's who I feel sorry for. I feel sorry for Austin's mother. She carried that baby 9 months. She the one that's losing the most. So I'm not, you know what I'm saying? It's hard for me to like get into it like everybody else, Septic, because, you know, I feel for the mother. I'm the realest on this internet. So I feel for the mother. The mother didn't do nothing. The mother lost the most of everybody. I got 6 children. And when you watch a woman have children, you know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing they gonna do. Ain't no prison. They can't fix that. That woman's gone. That husband don't have no wife no more. His wife is gone. The other son, his mother's gone, and all the relatives to that mother, she gone. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I don't be want to get into it like that. For like, because when people like make it argument and stuff like that, it's like to me it's like disrespectful. Because at the end of the day, that lady ain't gonna never be the same ever. And every day it's gonna get worse. Sometimes septic ladies like that, sometimes they never talk again. They just sit there. So that's why, you know, I can't really get into, you know, that's why you see me. I ain't want to get into that. I know everybody else is doing this subject, but I ain't. One lady lost her son, he in prison, and the other lady lost her son, she gone, and the other twin lost his twin brother that he was in his mother's stomach, and their daddy lost his son. So it's like septic. Everybody trying to figure out who won with all them losses. See what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Everybody trying, you know what I mean? Everybody trying to figure out who get punished or not. The damage have been like totally done, like totally. At this point, people need to just let whatever, and they shouldn't. To me, they shouldn't put their emotions in it. It went bad. It's a big L for a lot of people. Yeah, it's a big ass L. You know what I'm saying? That woman never gonna get her son, and that boy lost his brother. That he was in his mother's stomach with that boy. So it's like I can't cheer or boo. You know, I just can't. I can't do it, bro. It's just too. You know what I'm saying? Because if I had to pick who I feel the most sorry for, it's definitely gonna be Austin's mama. Period. If they say, Pharaoh, out of all this, who you hate to be in this situation, I'm gonna be like Austin's mother. Revenge ain't nothing going there's no way to fix that. That boy that boy can go to jail for 1,000 years. That's not gonna fix nothing. That's not gonna fix nothing. And it was both kids. Like you know what I'm saying? It's a little boy beefing with another little boy and hurt the other little boy. And come on. This is a little boy. And you know, like I know, septic, that at that age, that boy ain't no killer. And you know that boy was scared and accidentally hit that boy somewhere with an object. And you know, septic, That boy could not intentionally hit wherever he hit Austin at. We all know that. We all know that was an accident based off emotion. We know that boy couldn't intentionally unalive that man. We all know that. We all know that was just a horrible, tragic. Anybody know there ain't no way that Carmelo could have did that to that boy intentionally. Because I know situations where kids was playing and ran into the other one and hit the jugular. He might have been real bad, big, but when you're in a situation and you swing your hands, that boy ain't no martial arts expert. That boy, if you tried to unalive somebody like that, you couldn't necessarily do it as a grown man. That takes some fate for that to hit him in the right spot and him to bleed out. Am I lying? Am I lying? Y'all think that Carmelo could have been that good to make him bleed out? No, hell no. Y'all know that them high school boys couldn't intentionally make nobody bleed out. Ain't no way. It ain't no type of kid that can do that. Only a professional hitman could do that. There ain't no kid could do that. You have to be trained to unalive somebody like that. To hit somebody one time and unalive them like that, man, you got to be trained. You can't just do that. Not in no damn high school. Maybe if you studied, maybe by college, maybe. But high school? Hell no. Definitely it was a fear strike. Now I can't listen to you because just looking at you, you picking a side. And I can tell when somebody's picking a side. So I can't take you as being honest. Because we talking about him unaliving him, and now you talking about Davis Train. I don't know what Davis Train got to do with one of them passing away. So I don't know. We talk about. I thought we talking about Carmelo hitting Austin. What I'm saying is that what that got to do with me talking about Carmelo hitting Austin. That's what I'm saying on the up though. I'm saying what that got to do with me talking about Carmelo hitting him in the right spot. What that got to do with them being trained? That's where you losing me at. I don't understand. I'm saying what that got to do with what I'm saying on how the martial art person got hit one time and passed away. Because I would think nothing. Oh, you saying in terms of him being scared, but he didn't know they knew all that stuff. I don't think he knew they knew. He didn't know them. From what I understand, he didn't know them. He could have just been frightened, adrenaline going, hit him hard, harder than he even know he hit him. That would be my first guess. because I can't see him being able to do that. Then it was four of them. His adrenaline was going on the up, but it was four of them. And that's going to raise your adrenaline. And then had he been jumped before, you know what I'm saying? So is it you know what I'm saying? Had he been jumped before? It's so many variables. But I know I went to school. I know ain't none of them kids as bad as people trying to make them. Not Austin, not Hunter or Carmelo. They're making them badder than what they was just because of the way it turned out. Them kids wasn't that bad. That was really an accident. That was really a self-defense accident where he tried to defend himself, but he accidentally killed a person. That's what I believe. I believe he thought he was defending himself, but I don't believe he was thinking he was going to kill him. In the pen with real killers, they going to know that was an accident. The pen, see, I'm glad you said that. Let me tell you something about the prison. In the streets, you got lawyers and stuff like that. But actually, in the pen, you have professionals on this situation. And the pen, men in the pen know more about this than we do. So men in the pen got mad stories of somebody accidentally fighting and getting unalive. So they know it could have absolutely not been any type of way intentional. Because anybody could look at that and see none of that was intentional. It's not even clear what, you know, the Metcalf boys was even going to do. So it's just something that just went the wrong way. I feel Carmelo had been bullied by a bunch of whites in that area, if I had to guess. Because I went to school with whites, and it don't be just one racist or one bully. It be a bunch of them. If you go to a white school, it don't be no one asshole. It be a bunch of them. That's a fact. And there'd be a bunch of them in the community too. So he had to deal with them in the community, and he had to deal with them at school. Because there'd be a bunch of them. When you live in a racist area, you know what I'm saying? When you live in a racist area, it'd be a whole bunch of races. I remember when I went to a Lutheran school in the seventh, eighth grade. I think it was in the seventh grade, and the white teacher he wanted to take us ice skating. We was over there ice skating, and some white boys came, and the teacher had to take us. We had to run and get from over there because they wanted to beat up the kids because we was black, and we was just over there ice skating. And some boys like older than us, we like in the seventh grade, like some sophomores, came over there, and the teacher, we had to flee. The teacher had to get us. We had to flee because they was going back to get some more. Now imagine that. You like some high school boys, you want to jump on some goddamn seventh graders. Because I remember when I got like 16 and stuff like that, and I was really about that life, that was seventh grade. I remember anytime I used to go in that area, I used to drive around where that park was at. See how you be temporary insanity? Now I could have just seen the wrong person and triggered me. I could have did somebody else dirty for something that happened 3 years ago. You know what I'm saying? Because I was like, let me catch somebody out here now. You know what I'm saying? Crazy. Luckily, wasn't no young white males out there that was around his age when he did that, or whatever age. You know what I'm saying? By that time, it was whatever, whatever. By the time I got that age, you know what I'm saying? By the time I got that age, I would have pulled it on anybody. Yeah, it's sad, Nirvana, but he'll be all right. He'll be all right. There's probably going to be a retrial. He's probably going to end up with less time, but somebody's unalive, so they're like, well, we want to forgive you, but the other persons can't be forgiven. They're gone. And that's where his problem is at. The other person's gone. They can't come back. They can't get less time. But that's a lesson to bullies too. Stop bullying. Stop thinking you can run up on people. You know what I'm saying? Austin bought that on himself. Came into another man's space trying to be Mr. Tough. You should have stayed over there where your punk ass was at and did whatever the hell you did over there. Why you coming all the way across, coming and running up in somebody else's face like you own some shit? Now you ain't here. Because your mama and daddy ain't taught. His mama and daddy gave that boy away because they didn't ever teach that boy how to act. He ain't had no decency. Like, why is you running up on these kids out here like that? Crazy. So I live in Chicago. You know what I'm saying? Him running up on kids like that get his daddy hurt. In Chicago, I ain't promoting no violence. I'm just telling y'all what it is. You run up on my son like that, I'm trying to holler at your daddy. I'm like, you better get your BA son like that. And if your daddy won't smoke, it's gonna go. It's gonna go bad. Cause I'm trying to take that out on your daddy. I'm trying to punk your daddy. See what I'm saying? So teach your kids how to behave themselves. You know what I'm saying? Stop teaching your sons because they white, they own run everything. Man, this ain't the 40s or the 20s. Ain't nobody scared of y'all like that. Shit been over. You know, he running around there. I feel sorry for him too. I feel sorry for Austin. Yeah, he lost his life out there doing goofy stuff, but he a kid too. See what I'm saying? Austin's a kid. He made a mistake. He was bullying. He would have grew out of it. He would have grew out of it because somebody's gonna beat his ass eventually. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't gonna be able to keep doing that. And some kid around there was gonna test him because a lot of people don't like bullies. And there's boys there be like, I don't like dude. He always trying to bully. Because when you're around bully, you be on, I wish he would. So bullies make everybody defensive. So when you're a bully, everybody looking to do something to you because everybody think you might try to play with me. You know, just put a bad energy in the area. Cause like, oh, dude, a bully. I wish he would. There ain't no reputation. I wouldn't want no reputation as no bully. I don't want nobody to be afraid of me. Hell no. That's dangerous. As you see. He was way bigger than the other kids too. Crazy. Anyway, that's what's going on, y'all. We're gonna keep our eye on it. Don't get yourself emotionally into this like that. It can mess your day up. And definitely talk to your children about that. You know, don't be getting all upset. Don't be trying to fight. Don't be always trying to have that dark energy. Don't be picking on kids. Don't be telling jokes about the kid that can't defend themselves. Protect the one everybody laughing at. Don't you laugh at them too. Tell everybody leave them alone because typically punks They do that. G's don't do that. But typically, Austin was a punk. Yeah, he was a punk because there was big boys there. I bet he didn't play with. I bet you anything there was dudes there that Austin didn't play with. How much you want to bet? He was trying to pick his battles. He went and picked a black dude that was way smaller than him. He didn't pick none of them white boys his size and play with them like that. Him and his brother didn't pick two more brothers, a junior, the freshman brothers that's their side. Nah, he wouldn't have did shit. Bullying don't never even go that far. Bullies don't even be hurting you like that. They just be playing around. He wouldn't have hurt him. He was just trying to punk him. Leave out our tent right now. You know, some European, you know how Europeans think they own everything. He was doing what the other older Europeans showed him. You know how they think this was our country. You know, they think everything is theirs. It's not all of them. You know what I'm saying? You know how it is. Leave our tent. It ain't even your tent, punk. This is a school's tent. He talking about I get from under our tent. And you ain't even supposed to be there. And the teacher then kicked you off the team and told you could come and help. And you talking about our tent and you ain't even on the track team. Bro, what? That's like I don't play basketball. I can't tell you, get off our court. That fool said, I don't want this because he out of line. You know, I'm skinny. So when I went to a Lutheran school, you know, I had to do a couple Austins. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Because when you skinny, you know, people play with you. You know what I'm saying? So a big dude like that, I used to have to, you know, wop to the school wop. It's a couple Austins, you know? You had to wop to the school wop some Austins. I dealt with a couple Austins. You know what I'm saying? I knocked the all off they stand. You just stand now because you're all on the floor. Man, I didn't knock your all on the floor. You just stand. You know what I'm saying? You need to pick your all up. You know what I'm saying? Because you all stand, but I was all hell no. You know what I'm saying? You all stand. I'm all hell no. I'm all too. You are all and I'm all. You all and I'm all. You all stand. I'm like, oh hell no. You got me effed up. Boy, what? You know what I'm saying? Nah, I just was on some bullshit. Them was little bullies. See, I grew up in a black neighborhood with gangs that was really, really scary. So if you're in the fifth or sixth grade and you running from gang members, that's really scary. When you go to like a white school and the bully, you're like, you know what I'm saying? So Austin, yeah, Austin, you know, I would have looked at Austin like, you ain't Fat Sam, you ain't Peter Rabbit, you ain't Joker, you ain't Harold Vassal, you ain't scary. You know what I'm saying? Because them gang members in the hood, that 3, 4 years older than you that be outside that's dumb that didn't graduate, nah, they scary. And when I went to Luther South with them older white dudes, they wasn't scary. Like when I was a freshman, a white senior at a Lutheran school, hey, they didn't look scary. The police wasn't scary either. When I grew up, the gang members was so scary that the police wasn't even scary. We weren't scared of the police. When I grew up, the only people I was scared of was the Blackstones and the Lynchman Sercon gangsters. That's the only people I was scared of. If you wasn't one of them, I'm looking at you like, you ain't even a monster. So that's why when I went to Lutheran school and stuff, and the big bully white dudes, you know, they just wasn't scary though. It's like you're not scary. As a matter of fact, you're a punk. I bet you won't come in my neighborhood and walk around. I bet they. I bet. How you tough? Come to my neighborhood. We'll get some Boone's Farm or something. We'll get some Wild Irish Rose. We'll drink some. We'll roll up some. And come walk up to the store and around the hood. Let me take you where some real monsters is at, right? Boy, you ain't seen no monsters. Y'all ain't no monsters. So that's why I wasn't really scared. Because they wasn't no monsters, man. No. No. The Blackstones is the Blackstone. The BDs is Black Disciples, and the GDs is Gangster Disciples. The BDs come up under David Boxdale. The Blackstones come under Jeff Ford. No, they ain't nothing alike. The BDs under the 6-point Blue Star. The Blackstones under the 5-point Red Star. They ain't nothing alike. Blackstone Finball. The GDs on the 6. Blackstone's on the 5. Hell no, they ain't. No. That's a good question though. But no. But that's who I come up under as 4th grade, 5th grade. That's how I got tough. You know how I got tough? You know what made me tough? You know what made me super tough and ain't taking nothing from nobody? Guess, put it in the chat. You know what made me tough? You ain't gonna believe it. You would not believe what made me not trying to hear nothing from nobody. Boy, I ain't trying to hear nothing nobody talking about. Put it in the chat what y'all think made me tough when I was a little boy. What made me have nerves of steel? What you think, Nirvana? Nope. Nirvana cute. Hey, cutie pie. What y'all think? No, not my mama. No. What made me tough is nowadays and shoot candy. Candy made me tough. Yeah, candy made me tough. Candy gave me nerves of steel because when we in like the 4th grade, we got to go up to the candy store, right? And the gang members is up at the candy store, right? The gang members at the candy store. So now to go get nowalators and shoestrings and right, you got to walk past the gang members. To get your nut chews or your, whatever candy you try and get in your baseball card. So, candy get beat up. You're going to have to beat me up because I'm coming up here for this candy. On my soul. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. And the next day, and the next day. So that's how we got tough because the candy stuff. Hell no. Nobody wasn't going to stop me. One time I went up to the candy. I went up there, got my candy, and came out, and there was a little boy. He was my age, but the gang members was older. But he was the only boy around my age hanging with him, and he was always mean mugging me. So one day, the gang members, they got around me and they told me I got to fight the other boy. He was my age because they didn't make you fight nobody your age. So they said I got to fight the other boy. So I had to fight him, right? But I'm scared because he with the gang members and he looked mean. He always looking mean. But he was my age. But he lived over there and I lived over there. And the store was in the middle, so I didn't live by him. But they forced me, so I'm like, I got to do it. So boom. I told my friend all my candy. We get to going. I swing, I hit him. I'm scared though. I'm scared. I swing, I hit him. I'm scared though. I swing, I hit him. I'm scared though. I swing, hit, I hit him. And I go. It was too easy. I said, oh, he can't even fight. Once I hit him the fourth time, and I realized, oh, you just looking scary. You ain't even got no hands. I just rolled on him. Man, I never forget that. He was a punk. He couldn't even fight. No, Black Stones is something different. Well, once I hit him that last time, oh, hell no. He couldn't even fight. He was trying to act tough because he was with the big boys, but he ain't had no hand. So now when I go to the can store and see him, I'm like, you know what I'm saying? I get my candy. Hey, sometimes the big boys will say, you got some money? I'd be like, I have some change when I come out. So they would say, okay. So I could go in the candy store, buy my candy. It was a doctor's office in the back and the door up the side. So I would tell the big boys, okay, I'll give you a quarter when I come out. And I would buy a bunch of candy. Man, fuck you, I ain't giving you nothing. You know what I'm saying? I was a little gangster. I buy my candy, I'm like, yeah, wait on it. Huh. And I go out the back door and go down Racine instead. Go down Troop instead of going back to Racine and go home. So one day I went up there and the big boy asked me for some money. And I said, okay, I ran the same scam. Okay, when I come out, I bought all my candy and stuff, but it was Sunday and the doctor's office was closed. I had to go back out in front of the mean gang member with all this candy. And he said, yeah, these was big boys like you and he asked me for it. Let's say you in the 5th grade and they like 8th graders. So it ain't like you 5th graders or 6th grader. Now you 5th grade. They like 8th graders and 9th graders. They way bigger than you. So I had to go back out the front. And dude was like, I thought you say you ain't, you know what I'm saying? And he said, what school you go to? I told him I go to shoot. He's like, okay, we're going to beat your ass tomorrow. So I looked scared. I walked around the corner and said, I don't go to shoot. Ha! You know what I'm saying? I'll eat my fat candy, punk. You ain't going to see me tomorrow. I told him I go to shoot. He said, all right, we're going to beat your ass tomorrow. I looked scared. I went around the corner. You ain't going to beat nobody up tomorrow. Your stupid self. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't even go to shoot. Yeah. Ah. I was smart. Boy, I'm not going to tell you what school I go to. And if you scare me too much, I'm going to go down there. My dad's a carpenter. I'm going to make a tool. I'm going to make something because I was bad. So if it would have been a point where he could bully me, I would have went in the basement. My daddy always mad. My daddy come down there. I got a stick. I done nailed nails through it, sticking out like one of them gladiators. You can hear my daddy in the basement call me, Michael! What? My daddy got the stick with the nails in it. Fool, you gonna kill somebody with this? You can't hit nobody with this. Because my daddy was a carpenter and he had a bunch of tools and stuff. So I knew how to make stuff. So I went down there and took a stick, man, and nailed nails through it. You know what I'm saying? Put the little thing on there so you can nail it so it can go between and made like a gladiator spike. My daddy found it. He like, called my mom, Bessie, this boy gonna kill somebody. You know what I'm saying? I used to be making weapons and shit. Come on, man. They didn't bother us too much, though. One time I went up there, they said, you got some money? I said, no. And they looked down the parking lot and they called this dude named Box. And he said, Box, come here. He was going to get Box on me. Box was just been to the military and back and we kid. So when he said, Box, come here, Box was boxing somebody, and Box used to box like this. He used to walk around like this. They say when he was in the military, he slept like that. I think he got thrown out the military. So he said, Box, come here. And Box did that and knocked the dude out because the dude's feet got caught on the concrete thing. You know the concrete thing when you park? What they call them? You know how you pull up in the parking lot and they got the concrete things for you to stop. And dude was backing up and Box hit him. He fell over the concrete thing and fell out. I went and gave dude, oh no, it's cool. I gave, oh, yeah, I got some change. Yeah, I got some change. Gave him some quarters. Yeah, that candy. You know what I'm saying? We kids, like, I ain't like the new kids. We the old kids. We outside on the bike. We popping wheelies, running base. I ain't gonna see Captain Mayor. You know, we outside kids. Boys, listen. If Dracula and Frankenstein would have been up there at that stove, I would have still went and got my candy. I just would have took me a steak and some garlic. Man, let me tell you, the candy store, man, I'm coming to the candy store every day. I'm going to be back tomorrow. Y'all crazy. So that's how I got tough. Candy. You can stand up here to this corner store every day. I will be back tomorrow. Because I'm tough. And I'm going to run. And you ain't going to catch me. And I'm going to be back tomorrow. And I'm going to run tomorrow. And here go the crazy thing. So let's say like 3 years go by. And now I'm driving. I'm like a sophomore. And I'm hopping out on, hey. So next thing you know, I'm a sophomore. Because this is happening. I'm like in the 6th grade. And next thing you know, I'm like a freshman or sophomore. I'm driving. And I'm hopping out on old bullies. Yeah. I'm pulling up in the caddy or my little Chevy. And I see a boy used to be a bully. I hop out. What's up now? Yeah. He don't even know why I'm whooping him for. Because he don't recognize me. He don't remember the little boy. So now I'm driving. Now I'm Big Stu gambling. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing them dice. I'm doing me. I see the old bully. Run up on the curb. Hop out. Rah, 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 rah. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I used to, once I got older and now I'm a gangster kind of, I'm jumping back out on the bullies. Yeah, don't even know I'm beating them up. I'm folding them. Make them throw up all that. Yak, the bullies. Jump back in the caddy and pimp out. You know what I'm saying? I ain't forgot. You know what I'm saying? Pump. Now I'm big Pharaoh. I'm big little Pharaoh now. I'm in the dice game now with the used to be OGs. You used to be an OG, right? But now you a loser. Give me my money. Bet I 7. 5 on the side. I bet I 7. Bet I come. Yeah. Stu Gambler. That's why they call me Stu Gambler. Every time my friends say, "Where's Stu at?" Stu Gambler. That's how I got that name. So now I'm with the big boys. Yeah. No, no, he wasn't gonna throw no hands because it was four of them. It was four of them. It was four against one. No, you're not gonna throw no hands. It's four of y'all. Hands is 1-on-1. Four of y'all gonna jump me. I can't swing hands or swing with you and you hit me. You know what I'm saying? That wasn't no 1-on-1. That wasn't one. That was 4-on-1. They don't tell that part. And you bigger than me, and you got 3 more dudes with you. You know what I'm saying? Now, Austin was totally out of line. He was a bully. He was foul. He couldn't even go handle that by himself. Why you got 4 dudes with you and it's just me? You mean Austin? Because Carmelo survived. You mean Austin? Austin would have got arrested? Nah, they was kids. Nothing would have happened over like a fight. Nah, it was 4 of them. It was 4 of them. It was Austin, it was Hunter, and 2 other boys. That's why he said get out our tent. They were trying to make him go out in the rain. They were trying to humiliate him. Just in there on some goofy. You know what I'm saying? If they would have fought, they wouldn't have fought. They would have jumped him and it would have been 4 of them. And it would have been witnesses. As witnesses, you did it right in the track thing. Yeah, would have been witnesses. No. And then they wasn't gonna never fight because he poked them. The adults was in there, sitting in there. It's a school. I talked about that earlier. It's a bunch of people in there, but they didn't have enough adults. I talked about that earlier. Go watch my other live. That's what I talk about. They didn't have adult supervision. That's why I say uh, Carmelo's family could sue, and Austin's family could sue. Austin and Carmelo's, both of those families could sue because they didn't have the proper parental. If they had parental people there like they supposed to, administrative people there, they wouldn't have never went up there and bothered them because the people that's watching them would have kept low order. The only reason they did that, there was no adults in there to keep order. There was no parental guidance there. How you in the school and you don't got no parental guidance? That's that's where the lawsuit is. That's why I said they should have sued. They should have sued. They should have sued. The parents could have sued because there was no parental guidance up there at that school. You know what I'm saying? There was no parental guidance. That's the problem. They didn't have no good lawyer because they could have sued. I think what triggered him telling the other friend the team was I don't know. I don't know. I know he was a bully because he was big and he had his twin. And usually like that, they'd be bullies like that. Because I was a skinny kid, so I know about bullies. I used to do bullies ugly. I had to sneak up behind a bully. I had one boy, he was older than me. I snuck up behind him and crowned him king so many times he said, I quit. Yeah, I bet you do quit. Now keep on. I used to just sneak up behind him. Wah, wah, wah. 2 days later, sneak up. Wah, 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 wah. He quit. No, you don't got to quit. So that's how I developed my saying. I had a saying that I used to say, man, stop playing me. You too big. Leave me alone. You're going to get hurt. That's what I used to tell. Man, you too big to be playing with me, man. You're going to get hurt. Leave me alone. You too big. That's what I used to tell. That's what I used to tell dudes bigger than me. I used to tell them, man, leave me alone. You too big, man. You're going to get hurt. Just like that. I meant it too. Leave me alone, bro. You too big. You know what I'm saying? Listen, bro. You too big, okay? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. You feel me? Keep on. You know what I mean? On everything. That's why I didn't have no bullies. My reputation, I was ruthless. I feel like you're a bully, you ain't playing fair. I ain't playing fair either. Leave me alone. So I ain't really have fights and stuff like that. I ain't had no fights. I didn't have no fights since probably like the fifth grade, probably. I did roll on some. I did roll on a racist though in like seventh grade. He ain't even do nothing. One of them happy days looking dude like the Fonz with the pointed shoes on. I had to roll on him though. He ain't even do nothing. Sometimes people walk around trying to look tough, and they don't even be that. When it was time for action, he nutted up. But other than that, I was a more get along. I like to have fun and get along. I ain't like people that like to fight and stuff. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't get a chance to. I'm a year older than my sister. So my sister, you're younger than me, so I had to protect my sister. So I ain't never get a chance to be no punk because I had to protect my sister. So I was always a protector. So I never really got a chance to be no punk because don't say nothing to my sister. That's all I know. It's gonna go bad. Cause one thing about me, I got hands. I'm fast. I got hands, and I'm skinny. And so when you skinny and got hands, you don't be throwing no unnecessary punches. Every punch is going to a specific location to stop you. I'm not doing unnecessary punches. I'm doing nose, lips, ears, eyes. You know what I'm saying? Straight up. And I'm faster than you, and you evil, and evil can never beat righteousness. I was righteous. I didn't do bullying. But if you evil, you can't. And then if that won't work, then I got to go pick up something and come up behind you. And so that's how I built my reputation. Leave him alone. He crazy. You gonna get hurt. Leave him alone. He not gonna play fair. Cause if you bigger than me, I'm not gonna play fair. Why does this case stick so much to the public? It sticks a lot to the public because of racism. And racism right now is at an all-time high. Because racism that you could do in the 60s, these young black people, they not going. And it's like white America don't get it. Your racism you used to do, that's not popping no more. For nobody, for the police or nobody. We're not doing that. So that's why, because a lot of whites still want to think this is the 60s. It's not the 60s. And then a lot of black people, you know what I'm saying? Think how we thinking in Chicago. Look at me. Do we have racist problems in Chicago? No. So when we watch stuff like that, yeah, we get mad. Cause we be like, I wish he would. You know what I'm saying? So they only got racist places and racism in weirdo places. They don't be having no racism in no real serious cities like that. Hell no. That's why you want to be taking your kids to them little weird towns, little stuff like that. Take them somewhere with some black people, a regular type town. They can learn how to maneuver, learn how to stay away from the bad boys and stuff like that. They out there in bumfuck Egypt with them people in them backwoods people on that racist stuff. Them boys wouldn't do nothing in the big city. Man, them Metcalf boys come to Chicago, they'll nut up. Their parents moved here, they wouldn't, that's why they wouldn't say two words to nobody. They wouldn't even say nothing to a black woman. They'll get dead dirty. So they be doing that racism in a place where they outnumber the other person. Racism is bully culture. You're never going to see racism when it's the same amount. You're only going to see racism when there's more of them and they got all the municipal, they the police, they the mayor, like that. But once it's the same amount of police, the same amount of people, racism go away once it's one-on-one. So that's why, we don't believe in taking your kids into no, place where it ain't no blacks. Your kids gonna get bullied. These adults, they move out in these areas with no blacks. Then you go to work where they really can't be overtly racist to you. But then you send your kids to school where they could just run over them. You know what I'm saying? I never put my kids in that type of situation. I ain't putting my kids in nowhere where they the minority under some people and get treated any kind of way. Hell no. Build your own schools. Or go to your schools and work. There's schools everywhere. Go in there and work at your own schools. Go way out there in boondocks out there with them and send your son out there. Send your son into the depths of hell surrounded by people that don't like him. You know what I'm saying? Oh no, I live in Chicago. Don't nobody play with us in Chicago. So I don't know. I'm born and raised in Chicago. I live in LA. LA and Chicago. Like ain't nobody don't play with us. We don't got no Karens here. So I can't even relate at all. We don't got no Karens. So I can't relate. I don't know. I don't know what it's like. And then being born here, people that are like that, you know, they kind of they could tell who's who. So when I was in Hawaii and I ran a couple races, they checked the temperature. They're like, "No, he ain't the one. No, I ain't." So usually when you got a certain type of temperament from a certain area, you ain't really gonna have to really deal with no racism like that because they know who to play with, who not to play with. They mostly gonna play with like weirdos that's soft, basically. They can check your temperature. That's basically how that works. They can tell what type of black you are. So when my parents took me out to public school and sent me to the white school out there, Lutheran school, and I went to the high school, they was checking my temperature. They weren't playing, but there was other blacks out there too. But they check your temperature and they can tell. And then when you live where there's backup, they don't play. So when you live somewhere and they do something to you and you can't go get no help, they'll overpower you. But when you live in LA, Chicago, like that, Detroit, where you could go and come back with some guys, ain't nobody, you know what I'm saying? I never put my kids in that situation. I think parents that put their kids in a racist situation where they could be overpowered are some of the worst parents ever. Black parents that take their kids and put their kids in a situation where they're a small minority and they supposed to know there's gonna be racism. It's gonna be. Like, come on, what we doing? Like make believe? Not only is it gonna be racism, they don't want you out there. That's why they live out there away from your black ass. So I just ain't never put my kids in that situation. The Austin, I mean Carmelo's mom and them, they ruined that boy's life. They went out there. It's nice out here by the house up, but I made that boy live under extreme racist situations just because I don't know what was wrong with that lady. Now he in prison. Good job, mommy. Went out there, moved that boy out there. She lucky he alive. I had some friends in and seventh grade. The brothers was in eighth grade, one in seventh grade, and they became kind of close to the family. We went to the Zion Lutheran School. And so one weekend we went to visit them, and they was way out in the white neighborhood. And you know what? My parents never took us back because they probably didn't like it either. My parents like, we ain't going back out there. Anything can happen out there. And they was like a light skinned family, so they was like a black kind of mixed black, but they was still black. But they was living out there. I was like, oh, what the hell y'all living out here? They don't like y'all ass out here. Like racism is real. It's not fake. I just don't agree with them taking that boy out there. Now you're in prison. Good job, mommy. Like I said, I went to Lutheran school. I couldn't imagine living out there. Hell no. Mm-mm. I would have rebelled. Something bad would have happened. If my parents would have moved out in like a mixed white area, something bad would have happened. From the city, mm-mm. Something bad would have happened. A better life. The hell is a better life? Well, he got a better life. He almost got life in jail. He got a better life. He got life in prison. Better life. Sound like some Negro nut stuff. Sound like some people that always, his parents, and I don't know him, but his parents was people that always looked down and never believed there was racism. I guarantee you there was some of them blacks. No, it's not everybody. No, people are not like that. They was them type of people. They didn't accept racism till now. Now they accept it. But when they moved out there, I guarantee you they didn't accept it. No. Like them Africans, when that African got up unalive, I don't know if that was Michigan or Wisconsin or somewhere. Same thing, come over here. They think it's sweet. They think we tripping. They go move with them people. Donald Trump say that Haitians is eating cats. You know what I'm saying? Welcome to America. You know what I'm saying? They like, oh no, it's not blue, it's not real. All right, good luck. Like certain people, when they see you and you're that race, they just don't like you. I don't understand it, but people deny it, but it's true. You got people that they just don't like you because you black. You don't have to do nothing to them or nothing. They just don't like you. They don't even know you. They just judge you by the color of your skin. And they just stereotype you. Well, who's gonna want to live around somebody like that? Well, I want to live around a bunch of neighbors looking at me funny, barely want to speak. The ones that do speak, they phony. Oh no. I know black people that run behind them. Y'all some losers. Facts. Because black people that run behind other races, they don't like black people either. They be racist against blacks. Facts. They sure do. They be something wrong with them. They be acting like they not black and the rest of the blacks is black and they not. And it's like your ass black. But they be talking bad about blacks, but they black. And they decent. But then they stereotype everybody else. So I'm like, well, what's gonna happen when they stereotype you out here? The way you doing other blacks. So you ain't like you saying other blacks, but all the other blacks, ain't no other blacks like you. Seriously? Okay, stay your ass away from me. Because they think if you talk of Jolly G. Willikers and all that, you better. You know what I'm saying? If you pick up those mannerisms and stuff. You know what I'm saying? This will happen when you don't got your own stuff. You don't got your own businesses. You don't got your own hospitals. You don't have your own jobs. Now you got to fit in somebody else's culture, basically. That's why them other races, them other nationalities, they do good because they willing to do it anyway. Because they done been conquered over there where they live at. So they willing to, you know what I'm saying? They willing to do it. Anyway, that's what's up with that. I'm gonna cut a lot of this out. Don't try to get your emotions caught up in this stuff. It's gonna mess your life up. So don't get your emotions caught up in this, whatever you do. You know what I'm saying? Sometime because they'll come from a lower standard living, then they'll go see a house out here, and then they put that mentality, it's weird. It's weird. They think it's a step up. And when you're not a builder, you always want to live in somebody else's stuff. And this is why blacks that move in those areas don't get no respect, because the other people look at you as you coming to letting them build, and then you coming instead of build your own. And nobody gonna respect you when they build something and you come to it, but you don't build your own. Nobody gonna respect you. Nobody gonna respect you when these people go out and build a neighborhood, and then you don't build no neighborhood, but you want to come to their stuff. And this is just how they look. And they right, it is theirs. They built it. You ain't built nothing. And you ain't got no credentials, because why don't you build your own? So you represent tearing down. You ain't gonna never represent building, because if you represent building, why you ain't built your own? And this is why black people don't get it. Nobody gonna respect you until you build your own. Nobody gonna respect you because you move into another area for other people built it and walk around trying to look like you doing well. You're not. You're not doing well until you build it. And that's how they look at you. Look at him walking around in our stuff, trying to act like he had something to do with it. Why don't you go to your own neighborhoods, buddy? Nobody gonna respect you. You don't build nothing. And I don't blame them. I don't blame them. I do not blame white Americans for not wanting black Americans to live around them when they won't build their own shit. I don't blame them. I wouldn't want you around either. You try to live in their neighborhood because you won't fix your own shit up. That's why. You got mental issues. You want to talk like them. You want to walk like them. You want to eat with your fingers pursed up. You really want to be them. But they looking at you like you not us. No matter how much you try to be. And what's wrong with you? Why are you trying to be us? So they look at you like something's wrong with you. They do. I got white friends, we talk about it all the time. They said to them, when they see whites trying to act like blacks trying to act like them, they feel like something wrong with you. They'd rather just be around blacks that act black, that's black. Not ghetto, but black. Because some people try to act like black is ghetto. No. And my daddy said the men ain't comfortable going to work thinking you sleeping with their wife. Because my daddy said that's the European man's biggest fear. The white man's biggest fear is a black man gonna sleep with his wife. That's what my daddy said. Ain't what I'm saying, but that's what my daddy told me. My daddy told me the main reason they don't want to live around us because they scared you gonna sleep with their wife. They have some type of obsession with the black man's sexual organ. That's what my daddy told me. That ain't my teachers. I'm just telling you what my daddy told me. I didn't doubt him. That's what he told me. My daddy born 1931. He said if you live there, every time you go to work, he think you at his house with his wife. I said, Dad, are you serious? He said, I'm telling you. I was this trip. I couldn't believe he told me that I was young too. He told me that when I was young. The whole thing with ghetto and stuff like that is real simple. You're doing international business, you got to have international swag. So you got to be able to do business. So you got to sound professional, and professional is a European standard, right? And it's already been adapted in Japan, in Africa, in England, all around the world. That's the standard for business. So you got to know the difference between being a business professional and acting white. Those are two different things. Just because you speak well, that's not acting white. That's just speaking English well so you can do business. Acting white is all the other characteristics you be doing. Weirdo stuff. You understand? It's the other characteristics to the point where you're not just speaking well, you're trying to act like you them. And acting ain't business. So now when you're trying to start acting like that, and now your woman want her hair straight like that, and you want the blonde hair like that, and you want to perch up your body and all that, now you're going too far. So now you just lose yourself. That's why the black woman ain't black no more. Because the black woman ain't got no black hair on her head. She got beauty shop hair on her head. She must have straight hair, which ain't got nothing to do with business. They ain't got nothing to do with business, so I don't really understand that. Business is business. If you want some lumber from me, as long as I send you some lumber, what my hair got to do with it? Make it make some goddamn sense. You know what I'm saying? Make it make some sense. We just doing business. What? You want me to look like you to do business? Is you crazy? That's why I had to do business for myself because I'm like, I ain't trying to look. I'm not, I'm not trying to straighten my hair or be up in a barber chair forever. Like, I ain't trying to do all that. We could do business with, I mean, what the hell that got to do with, you know what I'm saying? What the hell that got to do with anything? As long as I could communicate, communication and money and business. Make it make some sense. Now, if you want me to look like you, that's racial domination. That ain't business. You're trying to conquer me. Now you're trying to make your look the standard of everything. That ain't got nothing to do with business, though. But they've taught me in that they think that little haircut make them a business professional. So then they keep getting the haircut, then the hair come out, now they Rogaine and all this stuff trying to get it back. Which one you want, bro? You want it out or back? I'm confused. So that's that. Let me get out of here. I feel sorry for Shorty. But it don't seem like he in a bad place. It looked like they did have some mercy, sent him to a halfway decent place. 35 years though, they gonna bounce him around in 35 years. Ain't no way he gonna stay in one place. But maybe it is a state case. It's sad, you know what I'm saying? But he shouldn't have took the weapon up there. He shouldn't have took the weapon up there. If he was scared, he should have just refused to go back to school. What he should do, he should protest. If he was scared, he should have stood on business. He said, Mama, I ain't going here. I don't want to be here. He shouldn't have went, you know what I'm saying? If he was scared, he shouldn't have went back. The mama can't make you go. She can holler, she can do everything, but she can't pick you up and drop you off at the school. It get to a point where you teenage, you got to make your own decision. You got to stand on something. You can't let your parents force you all the time because sometimes they might be force you to do the wrong thing. They not God. They not Christ. And she didn't put that boy all in that bad racial situation because she grown. Just because you grown and you dealing with it don't mean your son. School is brutal, more brutal than work. Ain't no guys out there in the middle of no goddamn well. Ain't no guys out there. That ain't Chicago. When I say come with the guys, that's because I'm in Chicago. They in bumfuck Egypt. It ain't no guys. It ain't no guys where you live at. No, there's no blacks nowhere. What guys? Cousins might be anywhere. If I had to depend on my cousins, shit, I had to depend on Richard Phil and the dudes on the block mostly. But I lived in a black city. It's Chicago. Yeah, you can get some blacks to come up there. You can't get no blacks to come up there in no white city out in the middle of Texas nowhere. Texas is a big ass state. You can only imagine some of them little subdivisions. Come on, man, they wasn't number 9% in that area. Boy, you gonna get ran over in a big area like that, 9%. That means in the area you at, you might only be 2%. Hell no. You know what 2% of 100 is? That's 2 kids out of 100. Can you imagine walking around in the school with 500 kids and there's 10 of y'all? But you don't run nothing. You get overpowered. Ain't no way. Parents that put their kids in that situation is sellouts. They're raising their kids to be traitors. Their kids gonna always go against their race because they got to a school to be in. So to be in with the white kids, you got to show them how much you don't like blacks. I know what I'm talking about. You got to pretty much denounce your own race to make them think, oh, you're not like the other ones. No, I can't stand blacks. That's how you got to be. You got to prove to them you don't like blacks, that you're different than the others, which they don't never believe. Because, you know what I'm saying? Man, I'm glad my parents lived in Chicago. I'm glad I didn't have to go through that. I'm glad I didn't go to a Lutheran school till I was in the seventh grade, and I still had to come back home. So I was able to reboot. I was able to come back home, go to the park, be an all black park, all black neighborhood. So wherever y'all talk about up at that school, and it wasn't really. I lived on 116th. It was on 99th, and we used to take the bus. If I had to, I could have my friends take the bus up there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he was unhappy out there. How you gonna be happy? There ain't no black women out there, ain't no black coochie out there, ain't no whole bunch of black girlfriends out there. How he happy? He's surrounded by his mom and them, something wrong with them. But y'all had that boy all the way out there. They was selfish. They ain't care nothing about his life. They ain't care nothing about that boy. They thought to do it their way. No, you're gonna go to school, you're gonna be this, you're gonna have a good grade point average, you're gonna be this and that. And now he in prison already. Cause you put him out there, he got bullied. The daddy, I don't know if it's a stepdaddy or a real daddy, but what kind of daddy is you? You sent your son out there and surrounded by people that don't like him, or they were stupid and thought that people liked them. You know damn well them people didn't like y'all out there. Come on, man. Everybody gonna tell the mama. She gonna hear that for the rest of her life. She want his mama and daddy, them kind of people, look down on black people. We don't want to live around y'all like that. When they got their house, man, they was bragging. When they moved out there, they was bragging. Man, they was bragging. We live out in so and so. We live in Alice in Wonderland. Yeah, we live in Wonderland with Alice. Yes. Leave it, child. This is nice out. This is nice out there. It's nice. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, okay. Where you at now? You know the mama, you know what's eating her up? You know she thinking I should have took my son. I don't know why I brought my son out here. And y'all know black folks. Black folks gonna tell her that right to her face, ain't they? You should have never moved out there anyway. Y'all know how black people is. Nah, you the one who want to run out there and live and chase behind them people. You ain't want to be black no more. Now look, because you know the relatives on the phone. Yeah, she all want to be all uppity. And now look, Junior locked up. She ran out there behind them folks. Thought she was better than everybody. I went over there, girl, when she first got to the place. She was prissing and prancing around like, you know how they do. Why the father? Because he probably ain't even the real goddamn daddy. Or he's some foreigner. Because the boy looked like he could be, the boy don't look like he ain't necessarily FBA all the way. I don't know. I don't know, but you know what I'm saying? It's going to come out what he is. You know what I'm saying? Now, he could be with some African or Caribbean or somebody, which I ain't hating on them, but that ain't going to help the situation as far as moving somewhere. And they moved out there to get away from that type of stuff. There's plenty of places they stereotype. Actually, growing up in a black neighborhood is best for your kids till they get out of high school, then go to college. They have a firm cultural background. I agree for them to go see other things, but when they little, they gonna get abused unless it's a whole bunch of other blacks there. But if you take a black person and put them in that type of area, they are going to be discriminated against and they are going to get mistreated and they are going to grow up with issues. You know what I'm saying? No doubt. That was the dumbest shit they could have did. Because when you adult and you move out there, you get to stay in the house. You only get to go to the store and stuff like that. They the ones got to be in the crowd, go to school every day. They the ones that got to go to school. School is brutal. You can't send your kids to school where they the eyeball, thinking this lovey-dovey. No, kids is brutal, and kids are tribal. Okay, kids is tribal. Because my parents wanted me to do better, and I got out of sixth grade, sent me to a Lutheran school. But the difference was I lived in a black neighborhood and I was already still gambling. I was already smoking green, smoking cigarettes, shooting dice. That couldn't affect me. I couldn't have been bullied. But everybody like me. What if I was a quiet kind of dude? You know what I'm saying? I went to the school and overpowered and pushed and made room and made my own stuff. I didn't go to school calm down Jolly G and all that. I went to the school talking just the same way I talk at the crib. And ain't nobody gonna do nothing about it. And I was a seventh grader. And right off the top, I had to fight. I had a problem with two eighth graders. A little straightening though. Didn't take much. It didn't take much. You know what I'm saying? Like that. Y'all know who y'all playing with. And I was always able to go back to the hood and reboot, reboot, reboot. And it was black all around there. Like it's a black city. So it's like this little school is sitting in a black city. So I can't turn too much. You know what I'm saying? But it's definitely my friends that went there little, they messed up. The dudes I met there in the seventh grade that had been going there since they was little, like first grade, they was beat down. They was totally oppressed. You could tell they had been being bullied and everything, man. You could tell the way they was functioning. They was all feminine. The boys, they was messed up around them people getting punked like that. And you send your kid there, let somebody run over your kid. You ain't gonna see no damn zebras hang, no two zebras go live with no whole bunch of elephants. I don't know what's wrong with black people. We ain't the same. And there's a bully problem with them. It just is what it is. Bullying is rampant at European schools. That's what they do. That's a fact. That's a culture. I ain't making up nothing. I'm not racist or nothing. I'm telling you, it's a culture. Bullying is a culture there. That's why somebody says natural. No, it's not natural. It's something y'all developed and accepted and didn't change it. It ain't natural for somebody to be the two assholes and mistreat the rest of the kids. How that's natural? So when I came up there and I'm all free spirited and the black kids was getting kind of free around me, then the white dudes that was the bully, the first one they wanted to test with me, first to eighth grade, test me. I was in seventh grade. I had to roll on him. So now the bigger one wanted to test me. And I had to deal with him. And then there was one more, but I didn't get to get with him. But then we ended up going to high school together. And I ended up having to G check him at the high school. And I'm no stop playing with me. Like, don't play with me. Like, I'm not doing that. You ain't nobody. You just another student just like me. I ain't trying to hear shit you talking about. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to tell you, I'm going to tell you one time, stop talking to me, like that. I wasn't going to let nobody run over me. And in some ways, it is a better education at the time when the public school started to fall. Because when I went to the public school for summer school, they was dumb. They didn't know how to do nothing. They didn't have no good teachers. So I do understand that. I do understand that it'll be better schools. What I don't understand is why you don't fix yours. That's the part. I understand yours are worse. What I don't understand is how you letting them stay worse. And what good is going to be for your kid to go to another school when you're accepting worse stuff where you live at? That's a coward. Why would you accept worse schools and you paying all these tax dollars and stuff? Come on, man, make it make some sense. No, we're going to go to another school because our tax dollars going to go to ours and ours ain't going to be no good. And then the white folks looking at you like, no, don't come out here. Go fix your own stuff like we fixed ours. That's where the beef is at. The beef is that they stand on business and fix theirs. You don't, and then you want to run out there where they at, where they feel like you lowering their stuff. If you won't fix yours, if your house dirty and you got roaches and you ain't cleaning up, you think I want you to move out here in the nice area where I'm at? I'm just saying, that ain't going to make you clean up, or you would have cleaned up where you was at. I used to always tell people, stop talking to me. I got that from my kids, my stepdaughters. My stepdaughters, that was their thing. Stop talking to me. That was their thing. That's how when they get on each other's nerves. So I stole that from them. They ain't playing either. You know, Black Foundation of Black Americans got to fix your own stuff. The black man think he work hard because he goes work somewhere else, but don't work to fix his area. Because he on some selfish stuff. He on some trying to have the best car. Then when he had the best car, now he want to go move and have the best house. But he don't want to build the best neighborhood. So now he got moving to somebody else's neighborhood. And that's where he loser at. And that's how so many blacks end up on certain substances and stuff. Because just because you go around another race don't mean they perfect. So now you're going to pick up their habits. You understand? So when my parents sent me to the Lutheran school, now I'm selling illicit substances because they got it out there. So how great was it? I'm coming back to the hood. I got everything. Name it. See what I'm saying? Because see, black squares, they don't know about the underbelly. They don't know about the substance abuse. Okay? They don't know about the underbelly of the white community. They don't know that. All right? It ain't sweet like you think. They just got a good way of hiding it. Yeah. That's the part blacks do not, and the bullying and the hate and other things. Difference in the way they function sexually too. Oh yeah. I ain't even get into that. Know what I'm saying? Are you taking crazy chance? Like I'm telling you, I know for a fact. So it's not, you got to give up something to get something. So we're going to keep up with this situation. It's a mess. This going to be somebody going to be talking. This going to go all through the summer. Straight up. This going to go out through the summer. It's sad. Deuces.